Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to all of you to the fourth edition of Exchange for Media's Screenage 2021, India's biggest mobile marketing conference. My name is Pallavi Seni, and I will be your host for the day. Screenage is presented by the Exchange for Media group that was set up in the year 2000, and today is a one-stop information platform for the entire industry, be it news, views, analytical information, in-depth analysis of events, or trend forecasting. And the heartening part of the team at Exchange for Media is that our publications have a loyal following and consumer base. With the acceleration of mobile adoption, not only is the foundation laid to build future-ready marketing assets, but the very definition of marketing and consumer engagement is also undergoing changes. Screenage breaks down all these elements that are becoming crucial for a marketer's everyday decision making. Before we go any further, can we have the AVs for Exchange for Media and Business World to familiarize our audience with the same, please?
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है।
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. To be a part of our legacy, write into us at partner@businessworld.in.
Lovely. Before we go any further, needless to say that our shows are nothing and aren't half as suffice without the support from our partners. For today, our presenting partner, InMobi, driving real connections. Our co-powered by partner, ABP News, ABP Live के साथ जानते रहो. Co-partners, Pubmatic, fueling advertising innovation. And our technology partners, Almond Vertex. Can we have the AVs for our partners who worked relentlessly with us to make this show come through today?
Technology has always shaped how we communicate with one another. The wheel, the printing press, the Pony Express, the telegraph, the telephone, the computer, and mobile devices. Technology changes, yet one truth remains. We want our communications and interactions to be meaningful and have relevance. Today, however, driving real connections are easier said than done. But we help brands do that, to drive real connections. With our platform technology and exclusive mobile data, InMobi helps you understand, identify, engage, and acquire your customers. InMobi, driving real connections.
अब है तेरी बारी स्वाइप फॉर जानकारी कैसे नेता देश चलाते जानते रहो कैसे सेलेब बाल बनाते जानते रहो लेटेस्ट टेक के कहां चलाते जानते रहो लोग आजकल किधर को जाते जानते रहो कहीं भी कभी भी जानते रहो किधर भी कैसे भी जानते रहो सही वाली जानकारी जानते रहो तेरी भाषा में हो skip the FOMO let's roll and know जानते रहो जानते रहो ABP लाइव के साथ जानते रहो
ABP लाइव ऐप डाउनलोड करो और
जानते रहो
Lovely. Now, without any further ado, I would like to invite onto the forum Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, Business World and Exchange for Media, to deliver the welcome address. Dr. Batra, we're glad to have you here, sir. Over to you.
It's a sunny day, it's a bright day, it's an energetic day. Today, 22nd October 2021. It is also our Home Minister, Mr. Amit Shah's birthday. So happy birthday, Mr. Amit Shah. May you continue to serve the country well. Today we are here at the Exchange for Media Mobile Marketing Conference, the Screenagers. You and me may not be teenagers anymore, but we are in the screen age. We are all screenagers. Mobile in the last 19 months of the pandemic has become our primary companion. Mobile was always big. Mobile was our window to the world, so to say. But in the last 19 months, our mobile has become more than a mobile. It is our office, it is our cinema, it is a school for some children, it is a school for some parents, it is also our work, it is also a communication tool, and I can go on. The importance of mobile in this virtual economy, contactless economy, in this digital economy has only gone up. The millennials were the e-commerce customers. Today, people who are silvers more than 60 years are doing e-commerce transactions. In-home has led to the growth of mobile marketing. Today at Exchange for Media Screenage Conference, we discuss mobile marketing. Mobile marketing has 5 trends. For first trend being more and more campaigns, more and more initiatives are mobile first. They are being created only for the mobile. Second is data has become very important. What kind of content you use, you consume, when do you consume. The targeting has become more personalized. So first is the fact that we are spending much more time on mobile than we were pre-pandemic. Second, targeting and personalization has become even better. Third, e-commerce as a category has grown because it takes a single click on the mobile, and e-commerce is the future of commerce, the future of business, and is already very big. Just to give you a sense of how the e-commerce across the world has grown, in the US, where e-commerce started in 1999, 2000, in 20 years, the retailing market was 100 and e-commerce was 16. In 20 years, the e-tailing was 16% of the overall retailing. In the 18 months, this has become 27%. So 16% in 20 years and 11% in less than 1.5 years. Now that's the kind of growth. In India also the numbers. And that's why we talk about the valuations of consumer tech companies which are screenage friendly and where you can just through a click order a product or a service. So really that's where moving. Fourth is the fact is integration with smart devices. What is our TV, what is our phone, so on and so. So everything is converging. We've been talking convergence, and because of audio, you don't have to type, you can just order something through a audio command. So really audio is becoming big on the phone. Video was always big, e-commerce was always big, searching for content was very big. And last, the growth in the Indian language. I think next 3-5 years, the mobile phone will become even more relevant for Bharat. I mean, look at the financial ecosystem, look at fintech. Our fintech is the biggest fintech ecosystem in the world. Fintech companies are becoming the new age banks, is because when it comes to payments, India has taken off in a big way, bigger than Europe, bigger than America. Because the bank penetration in rural areas is not that big. So this phone has become the bank. And when the financial services and fintech grows on the mobile phone, everything else linked with it grows. So I think for marketeers, it's an exciting new field in terms of mobile marketing. Earlier it was an adjunct campaign, but today what you do on the mobile is what has become mobile marketing in a deep way. So today we have our mobile marketing conference. You hear from stalwarts, you look at case studies, you look at practitioners, see what they're doing, and in the evening we have our Screenage Awards, the Mobile Marketing Awards. I wish you a great day of learning, but I must also caution you. One of the things that we've learned in last 18 months is health is important. Downtime is important, self-care is important. So we must all take a mobile detox. In the night, I do not look at my phone. I put it in my study and I go to my bedroom, and that's how I'm able to do a good night's sleep. So give yourself mobile breaks. Don't look at the mobile all the time. And your health, your eyesight is very important. So minimize your screen time, regulate it, balance matters. But yes, we live in a mobile age, we live in a screen age. So welcome to the Screenage conference, Exchange for Media's pioneering conference on mobile marketing. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. That was truly a great welcome for our audience today. Ladies and gentlemen, let's kickstart the day with a fireside chat, for which the topic is the new frontier for mobile app. Before I invite the speakers for the session, may I please invite Mr. Amit Yadav, Country Manager, South Asia, Pubmatic, as the session chair, followed by the speakers, Ms. Tanushri Radhakrishnan, Head Biddable, Group M, and Atisham Ali, Vice President, Monetization, Operations, and Pragmatic Business, NDTV.
Hello. Am I audible to everyone? Yeah. Hi. Hi, Atisham. Hi, Tanushri, and thank you, Pallavi. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
All right. I think we're done with the introduction, so that's a good bit. Let's just quickly jump into it. We heard Dr. Batra talking about the way mobile has penetrated in our lives. The situation at this point of time is like for the past 4 or 5 years, we've seen like multifold growth on mobile. You think of a use case and maybe that is probably solvable in one way or the other by a mobile app. So the usage has grown significantly, which basically means there are lots and lots of users on the mobile ecosystem. But then again, it also poses a lot of challenge in the sense that how do we basically cater to these user or this audience in the most effective, in the most efficient manner, and also ensure that the right messaging is delivered in the right context and possibly drive some call to action. So with that context set, I would probably get on with first question, and that's to you, Tanushri. So what do you think the value of programmatic is for mobile app ecosystem as such?
Sure. So I think, there's no point in terms of really talking about the value of mobile per se. So like Mr. Batra mentioned right now, right? We are screenagers. We live in the times of mobile. And I think we have seen that really significantly pick up post-pandemic. I think what no CDO, no CTO could do, COVID has done for us. So while the surge has been humongous, I think, what happens on the mobile, on the programmatic app pieces, app-based programmatic was traditionally followed by, I think, waterfall model of buying, right? And in which, developers would typically request for bids sequentially from a hierarchy of networks. Now, the problem with this model was that it lacks transparency and often, would result in lower price for publishers than what could potentially be available in real-time auction. While in web environments, we kind of managed to have unified auctions and, have the header biddings in place. But apps, unfortunately, we still do not have that level of, I would say, technical advancement out there. So while we are using variety of terms and process, including bidding and app bidding and stuff, I think there's still a long way for us to go out there. So while it has faded in importance on the web front, I think on the mobile, because of the technological challenges that exist, whether it's around reconciling SDKs and stuff, I think till the time we are not able to attribute each one of them individually, I think till such time, I think we'll have to continue looking at it. And interestingly, I stumbled upon this report, I think, which was with Pubmatic itself, which spoke about how header bidding has increased significantly in the mobile front. So while we are seeing a growth 1 year, I think it would be very interesting to watch out for that. But until such time, yes, value for programmatic on mobile app definitely exists, and there are no two ways about it.
Perfect. I'll shoot the same question to Atisham as well. Atisham, what do you think that programmatic, how it drives value for your mobile app business?
Just to start with, like how the industry is moving, if I say app as a product, yes, we are growing. Obviously, the spends are coming, and all like mostly you see like spends are going towards like fintech, ad tech, all those places. So the biggest challenge, like being a publisher, what we face is obviously the cycle to make any technology changes. It takes a lot. So obviously, so that is something publisher always struggle with. And obviously, like being a news publisher, yes, there are spends coming, there are buys happening on mobile apps and stuff, but we haven't seen that kind of a upliftment in terms of programmatic or per se on a news genre per se, because obviously advertisers and buyers are little cautious about what content they are present on. That is a biggest thing which has started coming up, that obviously they don't want to be associated with any bad content, like which is a negative in news. Even like most of the advertisers now started treating COVID news also as a like a negative news. So obviously that is also a biggest challenge what we've been like being a news publisher we've been having. But yes, we've been seeing growth, but obviously the growth isn't that great. So obviously we still trying to figure out like where exactly to invest on, what technology to be used on. But yes, header bidding, yes, we are working on header bidding, but we are working with Pomatic only on the header bidding stuff. So we have seen initial good results. So let's hope like this will build on from this.
But Adishan, you talked about challenges, which is news probably not being the preferred media, especially the negative news not being the preferred. What do you say? Context where advertisers would like to run their ads. Tanushree, my question is actually to you. How do you think that this is a blocker? So where I'm coming from is there are users, there are people who is consuming the content, but like Atisham said, that that idea or that connotation of associating with negative news is still very strong in the advertiser's mind, and that probably also stops from advertising on the overall website itself or the app itself. Do you think that there are ways to probably filter out, or to probably or maybe at your end, you're probably doing something which is basically carving out like in good quality inventory to basically serve to that kind of audience?
Certainly, right? See, I mean, as an advertiser, it's quite evident, right? I mean, they would be worried about the quality of the content on which an ad is being played. But I think the fact remains that how do you really instill that confidence amongst them in terms of what can be done? So the simple problem, like I mean, logic that we apply is as long as we have sufficient hygiene as far as brand safety is concerned, like viewability, ad fraud and stuff. I think if we are implementing those third-party measurements and blocking partners in place, then it's not really a problem, right? So the key, I would say, is to have a mix of contextual and measurement partners which can supplement the DSPs with specific options, and that's what will actually give us the right I would say the right ad at the right point in time. And it is also beneficial for the client, because you are eventually reaping better ROIs. So I think it's not really so much of a concern. Yes, we have to be careful and cautious about where we are doing it and how we are doing it, but that does not really adhere people from using programmatic, is how I see it.
Perfect. But just a question related to like the same set of same stream. What formats do you think are basically preferred mostly these days by the advertisers? So whether it's video, is it display, is it native?
So, see, I mean, especially post-COVID, again, like, I mean, as people hunkered down at home during the pandemic and they spent a lot of time watching digital video, I think we definitely see a growth on that front. And it's way more than what we had anticipated initially. Yes, there is a huge surge in video. What we've also interestingly seen is, a surge in contextual in-app advertising, which has started picking up. See, because, as this whole era where we would not really be able to look into third-party tracking or cookies and all. It's in a cookieless world. I think the first-party data point becomes way more important. And surprisingly, though, I would say native has not really picked up scale in India yet. So that's one piece where definitely we would want to see more interesting stuff and content come into play. But yeah, video is a definite plus. We have seen growth across, and I think it is across all formats like 6-seconders, 10-seconders, long form content, because I think there's no better way to communicate and engage your audience than video. So that's there definitely.
You said surprisingly native. Do you expect like you have like demand for native and there is no supply as such, or the advertisers are not willing for native?
See, it would be a mix of both, right? So, because when you look at the way the market is evolving, and we're talking about personalization at scale, or like having a content as king, context as queen, all those terminologies are fine, right? But the fact remains that how do you really get the right kind of inventory, the right kind of format which will engage your audience? I think what comes to my mind is, I don't remember the name of the brand, but KFC had done a very interesting in-game content syncage with one of these gaming apps where I think it was to do with some hunting of ghosts and stuff, and you could actually find out those specific ghosts in the KFC outlets. I think that's a brilliant way to engage a consumer, right? I mean, you are in a gaming app, but you're not taking it away from them. You are enhancing that experience for them. So as long as the content enhances the consumer experience, I think it's a brilliant place to be in.
Nice. Atisham, do you think that native is something that your advertisers or agencies are asking for? Do you think native would probably be the next big thing?
I completely agree with Tanushri on that. We haven't seen native much, but obviously one thing which we have really seen has picked up is obviously the demand for the video, especially for the app thing, because now a lot of advertisers what started obviously mapping users basis what handset device they are on. So obviously if you are actually have an iOS app, and obviously like any iPhone is like more than 30,000. So obviously if you wanted to actually target that kind of an audience who have like a that kind of a spend, so obviously they can easily target to iOS app and they can get the. So that's one thing what we have seen, like obviously on the video part, like the spend has increased a lot. But yes, native we haven't seen. It's pretty much same what it was earlier. Like
Okay. Tanushri, you mentioned about going away of cookies. I think that's a good point of discussion. We've seen that regulation or self-regulation coming in the in-app environment also, and we have seen that Apple, going for an opt-in version of passing device IDs. Do you think? Well, while I think that in-app as an app, Apple is still not a scalable solution in India, but if Google follows the same path, which means Google also makes it opt-in, do you think that will affect the way you target users? Do you think that's going to affect your overall performance business, so to say?
Yes, definitely, right. So in fact, we were, I would say, honestly, so happy about the fact that they rolled it back for about 2 years, because then at least that helps us, have a head start on it. So while we've already started working on first party data and methods, so that we can actually capture that entire piece, right? And see, there are no two ways about it, because respecting the sentiments of users and in choice-based marketing, as we're calling it, I mean, that is the way to go. We definitely see Google also taking that stance, but what I would say is when the duopoly kind of moves into such a place, the markets will kind of cope. We will figure out ways in terms of, ways around it to deliver on it. And, it would be very similar to, what we're working around on the whole cookie deprecation front. So there are ways in which we are working, let's say with Google, when we talk about the flock based method, mechanisms. So there will be instances and there will be technology which will be utilized in terms of, having a way around it. So see, because tracking and cookies are not the only way targeting gets done. So there's a lot more to it. So yes, of course, we would be able to work around it and come up with more interesting alternatives of device level of targeting. But yes, at the start, it will definitely pinch. We would see that drop happening in terms of performance. But I think, as we evolve, we would see those numbers also scaling back up. I see Amit has dropped off.
Back here. Sorry about it. All right. I think I probably have got some of the critical answers for myself. I'll probably wrap up with like one question each for both of you. Like, what are the biggest couple of challenges that you see pertaining to growth of in-app business? And I'll probably ask this question first to Atisham and then to Tanushri. What do you think is like the biggest challenges, or at least two challenges that you see that will probably be a blocker to your in-app business growth?
I think the biggest thing what for an in-app business, and even from the buyer side and from the publisher side, is to build a good data points for an advertiser to come and actually buy. So that is the biggest challenge in coming in, because in app obviously there are limitation in terms of how you actually pass on the data and stuff, and that is something we need to work. And plus there are, like, obviously Google of the world and Apple of the world are like, we are dependent on and stuff. So that is also one thing. And another important thing, when it comes about data, or like for example right now we talk about first party cookie, third party on a browser, still easier for a user to actually manage that part. But on an app, there are user, they are not that educated that how exactly you do opt in and opt out. Even if they does that, user are not that educated like how exactly. So those are the challenges will be like a biggest problem, like irrespective of how much amount you spend like on that technology piece and stuff, but obviously those challenges would always be there.
Right. Do you think infra will also be one of the bigger challenges? I keep thinking that the more users, the more people come on the app, the more infra that you probably have to invest to basically, and then you probably obviously need more revenue to, manage that infra cost. So I don't know, that is my personal point.
Those are things are still manageable. Those are things, obviously, if you see that there are demand coming and there are money flowing in office, those are not the biggest point. But the point is, like, right now, first to get a right technology. Like, whether are we going in the right direction? Because obviously, even if you put money or to it, obviously if you're not able to capitalize or utilize that, so obviously then it will be a challenge. So the biggest question here is, like, are we going the right way, or are we using the right technology? That is the biggest question.
Of course. What do you think, Tanushri?
I completely second what Atisham is saying, right? I mean, because in light of the current situation, right, when we are seeing deprecation of third-party cookies and other identifiers, I think it becomes imperative that apps themselves develop a very robust mechanism of getting the content ready, because it's definitely not easy to crawl the content on apps. So while I would say a lot of these large publishers have started creating their cohorts on demo, interest, age, and everything, but I think the real the fun in the game will only start when we actually start overlaying all these apps with these different identifiers, whether it's location, context, because that's when the AI, which will an AI driven model will actually start happening to work, right? Because otherwise we are just going back to the initial ways of working. So that's where it is. And another interesting point, Apple and the Google, while Apple says it's an opt-in, Google is mostly an opt-out. And like what Atisha mentioned, it's completely like how many of us do we even really go and see whether it's an opt-out or not. So I think that's where the game will change.
Yeah. I think very well said, Tanushri. I think the most critical part is how do we build an ecosystem which is probably self-regulated, and also takes care of the privacy of the users, while giving them the right set of information about brands, and at the same time good set of performance. Thanks both of you. Good chatting with you. I hope the users also enjoy the discussion and have some good takeaways around in-app monetization. Thanks both of you. Thanks Pallavi, and over to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all for being here. That was really enriching, and we really appreciate you making the time and being here this Friday.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, allow me to introduce our first panel session for the day, for which the topic is creating mobile experiences that keep your consumers spending. Before any further ado, allow me to welcome Mr. Rajesh Pantina, Director Marketing Asia Pacific in Mobi, as the session chair for this panel. Mr. Pantina is the Director of Marketing for InMobi in Asia Pacific and is responsible for the public relations, integrated marketing communications, demand generation, and customer marketing initiatives in the region. He's an alumnus of the Indian School of Business, Hyderabad, and we look forward to this session. The speakers for the panel, Mr. Shakil Anjum, Head of Marketing and Product Planning, Honda Cars, India. He's an experienced head of marketing communications with a noteworthy history in the automotive industry. Strong marketing professional, skilled in business development, marketing strategy, customer relationship management, market research, and team management, and much more. Mr. Vikas Bansal, Director Marketing, Amazon Pay. As a part of the founding team at Amazon Pay, he set up the strategic direction, invented new payment experiences and financial services products, drove non-linear business growth, and established Amazon Pay as one of the top payment and financial services player in India. Next, Mr. Soumya Rathore, the category lead, Pepsi Cola, PepsiCo. An avid marketeer, Soumya has more than 10 years of experience on building memorable brands. Currently, she is leading the iconic Pepsi Cola brand at PepsiCo and believes in the power of storytelling and data to curate compelling experiences for consumers. Ms. Meghna Apparao, brand, digital, and e-commerce expert. Meghna is a passionate marketeer and business builder, having worked with iconic companies like and Amazon, and Atlassius, a fast-growing B2C startup for over 20 years. She loved working on pioneering work like creating new categories, building existing businesses to greater heights, and driving behavior change in a significant expertise in the digital ecosystem. Mr. Neeraj Ruparel, Head of Mobile and Emerging Tech at Group M India, Head of Voice Practice, WPP India. He leads the voice practice at WPP India and has vast experience in mobile marketing, XR marketing, voice marketing, consumer platforms, brand communications, and marketing analytics. He has been recognized as one of the 40 rising talents in Asia Pacific by Campaign Asia Pacific. Are all our speakers in session chair in? Hi, hello everyone. Thank you for being here today. Over to you.
Hello, thank you, Pallavi. And I mean, those introductions itself show what a heavy panel this is. Welcome, everybody. Very nice to see you all at Screenage and on this panel about creating mobile experiences that make your consumers spending. Now, I was actually about to go ahead and give a huge, stats and trends dump right at the start about why mobile is important, etc. But then in a prep call, Meghna said, hey, come on, this is just so basic. Why are you doing this? And so I'm going to quit all that and directly jump into the questions itself, right? Now, while we all have the data and the stats about how mobile, in-app, all of that is very critical. However, in the last 6-9 months, despite a whole year of pandemic and the change, right, and that same WhatsApp joke being pushed all around, we still have seen a lot of change happen in the last 6-9 months, right? And so I'd like to just, starting with Shakil, just try to understand what's really changed as a market or consumer landscape and the role of mobile in your specific vertical, for your brand, so on and so forth. Just with Shakil starting, yeah.
Yeah, hi. Good afternoon, everyone, and hello. Thanks, Rajesh, for this opportunity. So I will take cue from you and be very brief and quick and stick to auto. The mobile first is beaten to death. How it has changed in our category, let me step back a couple of years. we launched a connected car, and to fully utilize a connected car, you have no choice but to download the app and kind of have that seamless integration. So in a way, our industry is maybe even more strongly integrated with the mobile than most other categories. How we plan to use it or how we are currently using it, and your specific question, what has changed in 6 to 9 months? So what we have seen in last 2 years since we launched this application, the traction has definitely changed, and especially after the COVID situation, we are seeing more and more non-vehicle applications or usages which are going up. So typically before this, you would see people checking on the vehicle performance, route, information, etc. But now we have seen increased traction on services like booking an appointment or buying an extended warranty, etc. So clearly there is a shift which is happening. We hope this is sustainable and we can leverage some of it to increase the customer value. The second shift is actually what we have seen or observed, and I think you played a in Mobi played a part in this. What we saw in selling of the new vehicle. So we saw this phenomenal response to one of the new SUVs being launched and 50,000 plus bookings coming. So clearly there is a huge potential to mobile as a marketing tool in our industry also, and we look forward to leverage it more. That's all.
Thanks, Shakil. And it's really great because, I mean, to date, I don't know, people still don't believe that automobiles can be added to cart, but it's happening today. And people are really like, I mean, I know all the features, I'll just add to cart and book it off. Soumya, for you, like, when it comes to PepsiCo as a brand and like, retail was hit badly, but then again, the second wave came in, you kind of recovered, second wave came in, and then again, you had to basically look at a lot of pieces. So what has changed for you guys from a Pepsi Cola standpoint?
Hi, I think I'm going to just talk about it from a meta perspective. I feel that, and this is something that I've realized about mobile in the last few years. I think given the unprecedented nature of the last 2 years that we've really had, what we've realized is that earlier, I think mobile was something that filled up the interstitial spaces between life, right? Like it was something that was happening between life. But I think what the mobile has really eventually gotten to being is that it's actually become life, right? I think it's where life is actually happening. And I think it's increasingly become a source of social connection, because in a world that was getting so physically isolated, mobile was one medium that could instantly get us to connect with people that mattered to us. And I think that was a very big role and a very big shift, the way we sort of looked at what mobile is really doing within the larger category, right? And of course, I think Pepsi is a very resilient brand and it's a very resilient company. So I feel that it's always it's been very impulse driven, and I think that given the fact that people weren't really stepping out of their houses too much, we had to find a way in which we could step into the house, right? So I think that's the way we sort of used social connections and mobile and tried to get inside the house of consumers more.
Yeah, and we'll definitely hear more on those connections bit for sure. We'll come to that. But yeah, going to Vikas, I mean, yeah, payments has picked up like crazy, and every cobbler, I mean, is accepting payments digitally. So what's been, eating your head at Amazon Pay?
Yeah, no, thank you, Rajesh. So it's nice to meet everyone here. So in the world of payments and financial services, right, mobile and payments are almost synonym to each other. That there is so much innovation going on in the market today to make payments more convenient, intuitive, and they are all mobile based, right? So whether we think about UPI or buy now pay later or wallet, all of this is like how we can make it very convenient to pay in your app, at external merchants, at stores. So right, and it is largely I would say all of it is now on mobile, and mobile has just is transforming the way we experience in our industry, right, payments and financial services. And that's what we are doing even at Amazon Pay, is like we continue to invent solutions, and mostly on payments. The other one, what smartphone penetration has also done is that earlier the mobile payments, right, was generally a tier one phenomena, And what we've seen in last 2 years, as with the after the pandemic, that this is the payments, the digital payments and mobile payments have moved really to tier two, three, four cities in India. And I'll give you like, so today, on UPI, right, which is the bank to bank based payments, 75% of payments are coming from tier two, three, four towns. So 75% of total payments. And then mobile is at the heart of those payments. And when we look at all of our payments, right, that we have today, 90%, more than 90% are mobile based. And remember, all other form factors existed for many, many years, and mobile just got started, right? Smartphone with the penetration in India. So I'm saying, like, for us, it's just like, it's not that mobile as a channel. For us, mobile is the business. So yeah, that's just wanted to just set it up that way.
No, perfect. And those stats actually kind of bring me to Meghna, like seasoned marketer with, I mean, she's seen everything from Unilever, GCPL, and now Licious. So just want to understand your take at Licious, how did things change? What was basically, happening when it came to the larger market landscape and mobile specifically? I think you're on mute, Meghna.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I said thanks for inviting me, and this is the first time on a panel someone has dinged me even before the panel started, but for the right reason. So I think from a world of mobile first, which was a few years ago, I think now almost all of us are mobile only, almost. Yeah. And that seems to be the story of us as consumers, as well as builders of brands and ecosystems. And that's been a similar story. And I think one of the big things that stands out for me is as we think of mobile experiences, how do you look across mediums and all touch points and then translate your message by touch point to make it work most effectively? Because I think gone are the days of very traditional marketing that you created, one video asset and one quote unquote key visual and then just change it for sizes and slap it across medium, right? I think looking at the consumer journey in the context of your category, the medium touch point, and then doing really hard work in adapting that. And I'll give you an example. So at Licious, we are a 95% owned app business that we run. So pretty much mobile only, I would say. We had this big opportunity on value added products where these were like almost ready to cook. You take it out of the packet, put it on a pan, fry it up and eat it. And it was a blessing to many so-called novice cooks, especially during the pandemic and also with concerns on eating out, even ordering in, etc. So this was a fantastic consumer insight and a great business case. But what we saw was while we had tested some really fabulous products, we were getting some kind of erratic ratings on product feedback. And what would be the first thing you'll do? You'll go and run and change the product. But here instead, when we spoke to these consumers, it was a completely different revelation. We had used these classic, let me call it traditional principles of taking a product detail page and writing out almost recipe-like usage instructions on saying step one, smear something, saute something, splash something. And the novice cooks, it was, kind of googly. And we realized that the problem is not with the product, it's because they are each doing it their own way and hence not getting the same outcome every single time. And that was a reflection not on them, but more as us saying, what is the right medium to interact? So then when we stepped back and just jumped into the consumer's world, this is how we broke it down. We said the first point is, where do I go find you? If I find you on a discovery platform like a Facebook or an Instagram, let me not show you a pack of marinated meat because there's nothing appetizing about a sludge like marinated meat. What is actually very mouth-watering and tempting is that delicious tandoori chicken which is sitting on a plate. So when I want to entice you in, let me show you that finished delicious product which sets your rumble tumbles happen. You go and order the product, great. But after you order the product, let me not assume that tomorrow when it comes and you're cooking it, you're actually going to remember what usage instructions were there. So we then used our CRM backend to say that after the product is delivered on WhatsApp, we will send you a video on how to cook that particular product. And that then means that you've got it, and when you're cooking it up, it's all sitting there right easy for you to watch, observe, and go ahead and do it. And this seemingly simple intervention, by choosing the medium and what message you put on every touch point, and skyrocketing in terms of results, both in terms of conversion, outcomes, and percentage contribution to our business. So I think for me, this was the learning. Like, how do you look at your consumer touch point across every medium and selectively choose what you do to get to the best output?
Awesome, Meghna. And I mean, that really brings me to Neeraj. Like he's basically at the center of innovation for a lot of things. And I do think, I mean, for you as well, at least like, 5, 6 years ago, it was all, hey, what do we innovate with mobile? And today it's a whole different world altogether with mobile only, like as everybody's mentioning, being a mainstay. So what did you see basically, becoming more and more mainstream this year, or becoming more and more as an innovation that's being picked up by everybody?
Absolutely. Firstly, I think Meghna, being a vegetarian, when I heard your spiel, I feel like having that chicken, So completely blown by that. If you cook it up well, build in interesting recipes, and there it goes for a scale, right? So you guys are aware, I've been doing mobile marketing for a decade now. Right out of college, I moved into my first core domain was mobile marketing. It was pretty much an SMS age. From there to landing my first banner campaign on Airtel Live those days, I think it was being landed on a platform built by Npocket, which later got acquired by Nokia. And 2009, I landed my first video campaign on a platform called Zenga for SBI, where the content used to buffer. This was the first IPL ever. Content used to seamlessly buffer then. And today we are talking about commerce, and Vikas spoke about how it's growing. And predominantly, if you see the current last year's growth, and I was going through so many reports, and one of that, which is being published by Inmobi as well, in terms of the new users who have come onto the platform. Almost like 40% of the users, the wave one, we got, when the survey was on, we got almost like 40% of the users were the first ones to try e-commerce as a platform. And I still remember we used to still go out when the lockdowns were on, and we used to pick up groceries. But there came wave two, which was all the more lethal. And everyone kind of leaned back on these e-commerce platforms to transact. Right from you standing outside a McDonald's and you'll have to book it via Swiggy because government rules kicked in. And that was a propeller in that sense, in terms of how numbers grew on e-commerce. And not just the numbers, but a lot of technology interventions which got created in this space, right from your AR commerce. And I'm sure Vikas can talk more about it. A lot of learnings on Flipkart as a platform out there in terms of how they leverage e-commerce and especially the new age platforms like AR commerce and voice commerce is gaining traction now. We're trying some of the pilots on gamification commerce, and now there's a new animal which is picking up, which is live commerce. And then live commerce riding on social commerce is going to be the next level when it comes to commerce and emerging tech in the space of commerce.
Thanks, Neeraj. I mean, you probably need to start an A to Z of commerce kind of book soon and publish that as well. But we will actually come to a couple of great ideas that you wanted to share. But before that, I'll go back to Meghna, because she's mentioned a very important point, right? That at the crux of all the mobile marketing strategy, there is something which is about knowing that consumer insight well and basically picking that to drive. Either make sure that your own property owned or paid media, whatever you're basically activating, is all based on that consumer insight. So can you share another example of where you basically, had this very clear insight around what the consumers were doing, and then you activated things on similar lines on mobile? You're on mute again, sorry.
So what I gave you was an example of owned media, where we use our own channel, CRM, app, etc. Another interesting one I'll share with you is what we found in the influencer space, but a little unique and targeted and work very, very effectively for us. While a couple of you are vegetarian, I hope some of you are not on this panel. Or the food traction that we have, irrespective of whether you like to cook or not, I think food is a massive passion, and people enjoy seeing pictures about it. They like talking about it. It's very hard to get people to do fun posts around many, many topics, and those of us who are marketers know how much effort it takes. But the cool part about food is it just incites this this passion and free flowing ideas go all around. Yeah. So one very very big revelation which we were able to use a lot was these foodie groups. So every city, big city, has their own foodie groups with very active admins. Many of them are also amateur groups. And people also use that as a surrogate for sharing recipes, finding out, home cooks, all kinds of stuff. Yeah. So we felt that for our brand, this may be a really, really good connect. So one of our best engagements that we managed to do was tying up with these foodie groups, working with each of them to figure out what works for them and what are they interested in, and then doing almost customized activations. So, for example, there was a foodie group for Women's Day. They wanted to pick up their top women influencers, send them out a package of yummy goodies from dishes, get them to cook it and put it up. Yeah, work very very well. But the one which is even closer to my heart and was quite fun in terms of executing was we want everyone to cook. Yeah. And we felt that kids are a nice symbol of saying if a kid can cook, anyone can cook. And when we had these ready to eat spreads, they're chicken and meat spreads from Licious, which you can just slap on a sandwich, eat with a roll up in a roti, things of that sort. So we said around summer holidays, it was also the lethal second wave that Neeraj was talking about, to just bring in, some cheer. We called it the Kids Can Cook contest. And we said, just get yourself some delicious spread, cook up some recipes, and put it up there with a mom and child kind of moment. Yeah. And I must tell you, we were so amazed at the number of entries that we got, like literally in like hundreds and thousands of entries that came in, added a lot of positive cheer, and most importantly, gave us that real hook, because the outcome was not that kids will start cooking. The outcome is all the novice cooks can believe that, I can do it too, and ride on that wave. So we found this to work very, very effectively for us. I'll just add one more and then pass it back to you. Is in staying with the space of value added products, we were doing a campaign on Facebook, and one of the insights that came up was the people, the audiences who tend to do gaming are more interested in this particular segment. Yeah, so now we could have stopped there and said, okay, great, let's just run a lot more campaigns with a gaming lookalike audience. But I think when we dug deeper, it revalidated our hypothesis that this is a more early jobber, a ding couple, a younger demographic. But then we found gaps in regions. So we were doing very well in the north, but not so well in some of the other cities. And we went and looked at our portfolio and said, you know what, we have fantastic kebab range, which does well in the north. But that kebab range is not as authentic from a regional and local flavor in, say, a Chennai or a Hyderabad. So let's go and create a portfolio that works here. So I think for all of us as marketers, how do you look at these insights? And they impact not just your media channel deployments, but how do you take it back strategically into your business and find opportunities on all kinds of gaps to fill? So you're looking at your own media planning and deployment as insights. You're looking at foodie group as influencers and insights. So I think it's been a very enriching and fun ride.
I mean, for us too, in fact, yeah, that was like three big examples, but clearly calling out how there was a huge, huge feedback loop in everything that you did. And then that ensured that, you had the right amplification across. Actually, sticking with that entire, influencer and the, community-based stuff. Soumya, Pepsi has done some huge, huge pieces around influencers and the communities, especially Gen Z millennials. Would love to hear from you as to how does basically mobile really come into the picture in all this, and what have you basically done a couple of campaigns that really have stuck out for you?
Well, I think Pepsi has always been a culture curator, and we are constantly keeping our pulse on, we are always keeping our finger at the pulse of the Gen Z consumer. And of course, like I said earlier as well, their life happens on the mobile. They get their dopamine rush from it. It's their source of validation. So their life is pretty much happening on a mobile. If it's not captured, if it's not shared, then it's not happened in their life, right? So for us, it's really important that we are, curating timely, memorable experiences for the consumers and constantly keeping up in their lives. So I think we've done a couple of campaigns, and they cover like a massive spectrum of different ways in which you have sort of targeted a Gen Z consumer. One of my favorite campaigns is actually on Valentine's, because I think on Valentine's Day, everyone is talking about love. But the reality is that 7 out of 10 people in India are single, and no one's really talking to the single people on Valentine's Day, and they're feeling pretty, ostracized, and they feel pretty upset that day. So I think we got the quintessential bachelor boy of Bollywood to talk about the fact that it's okay to be single. And we had this campaign, I'm sure Neeraj would be aware of it, which is Swags is Solo. And we had influencers joining in. We had massive renditions of the hook step, all happening on mobile. And a lot of influencers found fame while, being a part of this campaign. So I think my favorite one, especially because I feel that on Valentine's Day, it is such a different stance, and it helps us also break away from the clutter, but at the same time strongly resonate with our TG. So that's one campaign where we sort of leveraged the short video format, because I think the short video format is something that kids these days are completely hooked onto. I love calling the short video format the IPL of entertainment. It's 15 seconds and done. You see lots of challenges, you take part, and kids these days love it. They love living their lives in 15-second reels or 15-second, taka talk or whatever, depending on the format of your choice. So we've done a lot of activities, whether it was Swags is Solo. We've done the iconic Salam Namaste campaign as well, which was during peak COVID, where we wanted to encourage consumers to take on social distancing and completely embrace Salam and Namaste without making it very preachy, because Pepsi is not a preachy brand. It's fun and cheeky. So of course, the short video format is our favorite one because it's our consumers' favorite. Then the other campaign, which is the most recent one, is the long form content. Like Meghna was also talking about that, nowadays marketing is not just about 1 kV, it's about adapting yourself across various platforms. So the most recent one was actually tapping into this trend of, given the fact that everyone's staying at home, they're constantly binge watching series, whether it's on Netflix or whether it's on Amazon Prime. And so we decided to do this collaboration with Netflix, which is the Pepsi Money Heist campaign that we did. And it's gone pretty viral. And we leveraged all touch points for the consumer, right from our packaging to our, we even leveraged a bit of, away from home channel, which is what we call that in the Pepsi parlance, where we are also collaborating with our customers in the form of KFC, Pizza Hut. So we had an all-encompassing campaign where we brought to life on the physical stores as well as in our channel partners. And of course, we culminated with the first live stream party in India. I don't think there's been any FMCG brand that has done something live, and we were the first global brand to do something with YouTube, and we took their live masthead, which raked in phenomenal numbers for us. We got close to around 10 million views in 24 hours, which is something that very few brands have been able to break. So I think that campaign sort of catered to the long format content. And of course, I think, like we were speaking earlier as well, I think precision marketing is something that all marketers sort of want to do. Like, we want to be able to talk to a consumer at the right time, at the right place. And we done this very nice campaign, which was all about cutoffs are temporary, swag is permanent. I think in India, the 12 standard results are something that's much awaited, and I think it's a big stress point for parents and children alike. And given the fact that cutoffs range from 100%, I mean, in my time, I don't think the cutoffs ever went to 100%. I mean, that's like the cutoff, right? So I think it's very stressful for consumers and kids to wake up that day and find out whether they've made it to their college of choice. And what we did was we done geofencing. And consumers, when kids were walking into a college campus where the cutoffs were displayed, we'd given messages to them that saying, your cutoffs don't really define you. You're much more than that. And I think that was a campaign which had purpose at the heart of it, but we still, it was still done in a quintessentially Pepsi manner. So I think Pepsi as as a brand, we sort of try to do everything. We try to do short format content, we try to do long format content, we also try to do location targeting. But I think the biggest driver for us is how can we be relevant at the right time with the right message for the consumers. And that's our endeavor typically.
No, and
Wasn't
as you've been mentioning,
Wasn't it 10 billion somewhere after the TikTok success, your benchmark?
TikTok was 100 billion. But I
that
think,
exactly was the point I was
Every
coming to
campaign more
say
than the
that
planet population.
yeah.
Pepsi is
But I
actually
think
putting
it's
mass
all
into
about
mobile.
chasing the next thing. Sorry, Rajesh.
No, yeah, I mean, exactly. Like you guys, I actually was remembering each visual, each campaign that you had run, and it is almost like you actually are putting mass into mobile and making sure that the medium is
Absolutely.
reaching as
I
many
think when you
end
talk
masses.
about commerce as well, it's all about, like, there was this line that we used to talk about that TikTok made me buy it, right? I think uh, that was a nice way of intersecting mobile plus commerce.
No, in fact, even last week when I had actually been on holiday, I actually saw someone asking, "Hey, give me that Bella Ciao Pepsi," and I was like, "Yeah, definitely. Your memorability is driving all the purchases for you guys." But interestingly, Honda, which we have seen as a traditional brand, they have been doing a lot on the mobile front and app front. And as I was speaking to Shakil yesterday, their own media is basically something that they're using to great effect. Shakil would love to hear about how you are actually leveraging your apps for dealers and consumers both. If you could share a bit about that. Hey, Shakil, you're mute, I think. Can you hear us?
Sorry,
Yes,
I
Shakil,
was.
I can hear you.
Thanks. So as I said, I was saying that we have two basic thrust areas. We have an consumer-facing app called the Honda Connect, briefly touched upon, and then we have an B2C app which is with a sales consultant and how to stay connected with the customer, once he's bought a car. So very quick, some examples on how we are leveraging data from the Connect application. So there are three buckets. The one, we are leveraging the performance data of the vehicle, and we have tied up with insurance companies, and today you can buy an insurance based on your usage rather than just on the time frame. So I think going forward, these kind of things will become standard. The other thing is it can also certify what has been your driving pattern. We are gamifying that, and then you can get a certificate from us, and you can leverage that to sell your car at a better price. So there are some very tangible benefits which data is throwing. So that is one bucket, performance. There are also things we are exploring which honestly, are new to us, which is location-based services. So tie up with fuel pumps, for example, their location and certain advantages or points you can use. Something interesting, startup is we're working, still not operational as yet. They're talking about finding new dhabas and rating them, and ordering food on the go. So a lot of potential that we see even in our industry, and we're working. Some is already operational, some is working towards that. The other part, of course, remains the B2C internal facing, where we have now completely mapped out the journey of each and every customer on a CDP platform, and 7-year journey is mapped, and it's fed and connected to each customer. Each customer is mapped to one sales consultant, and through his application, every morning, like our own calendars, he has a list of 3 or to 5 activities where he calls. Is it a transactional call, or it could be in simple birthday wishes? All of it is getting mapped, and we've seen traction, a lot of traction over there also, because for us, actually retaining the customer is equally important, if not more important, because 25% of our sales come from our existing customers. So these are some of the areas we are working on, and I think mobile is central to both these ideas and focus for us.
Yeah, and that's amazing to hear because I mean we on a daily basis hear about like the Uber for Drivers app or any other app being really used by all the D2C or digital first brands, but this is something very unique by Honda. Now, quickly coming to actually Amazon Pay, because you've already kind of called about that it's very synonymous, right? There is nothing that basically is happening out of mobile. So in that sense, when you basically are looking to drive growth or basically look at your key mobile strategy itself, what are some levers that you basically use, hyper personalization or anything else that you feel is most critical for you to drive growth?
Yeah, sure. So, one of the key things is, right, in our business is who are we competing against? We are competing against cash, right? People
Yeah.
who pay with cash today. And we think of cash as very convenient. You can just take out and pay. It's instant, you just pay. And but it has a lot of other implications which people don't recognize, right? For us to drive adoption, is that it's really important. It goes back to the basics. Is my payment experience extremely intuitive, and is it instant, right? And is it mobile, which is the really important part, right? And so we're dealing with a customer who lives in maybe tier 2 3 city, who's used to cash, just using now smartphone. How do we get them? So our key part of our strategy is very simple. To the basics is, can I build a very intuitive experience, right? That's trusted as well. Trust is a very key component because we're dealing with people's money here, right? And so that's one. And so we're competing with cash customer. That's a critical part of our strategy. And the second part of it is, this customer today, uh, when they have to buy, they go to a store, right? When they have to pay their bill, they line up. They have to buy a train ticket, they line up, right? Sometimes at the front of the railway, counter and so forth. And the other part of it is, can we just provide them a way that everything is together at one place in a very easy to discover way, right? So we've started out building. Shopping was already in place. We started building out paying your bills, recharges, buying your travel tickets, doing insurance, pay at store using the Amazon Pay app, Amazon app, and then paying it on. So the other critical part of it is, like, you really don't have to go anywhere, because now you are going at all these places, and it was just inconvenient. And now you can do it all at one place, right? That's critical. The selection, we call in Amazon context, is extremely important. So, and then the third part of our strategy is, because we are reaching out to those customers in those cities, is the local language becomes very important. So on the overall Amazon, we started out in English, Hindi, and then we built four more languages, and we just continue to expand. So because you have to connect with the customer in their language, right? And so if I have to summarize, those are the three critical parts of our strategy. Just goes back to basic, is like, we need to talk to you in your language. We need to be very intuitive, and we need to be able to help you for majority of your use cases. Then only you will adopt, right? Because what you have is you think is very convenient, and you've been using it for years. So that's been our strategy, and I think, I mean, we've made some really good progress, as I said, but still there's a long way to go on that. So yeah.
Yeah, and it's interesting because you talk about how tier two, three, four is the biggest market for you guys. And so
Yeah.
there, I'm sure in Neeraj's A to C commerce book, you have something which is audio or voice, right? That you basically used a lot in terms of innovation. So, Vikas, if you could share a bit about the innovations that you're doing on this front,
Yeah.
that would be very useful for the viewers as well to just understand that how you're actually making it much more easier as an experience using
Yeah.
these features.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say like maybe tier 2 3 cities yet, because that's a way to go. But I really think the revolution we had on mobile experiences, the next frontier is voice. And we'll see in 5 years, and maybe sooner, move from that. We would find it very hard to touch and do things, interact. We just have to do it with voice. I see, like, my kids already starting to adopt it, and then they don't like to do what I'm doing even today, which is using app and then interacting through touch, right? So I think it is the really next frontier, and for us, all of us in all industries, is how can we in the leading edge of voice. And that's where we are inventing, really, really rapidly as we speak. So voice is really focused, and we there's a lot of effort or a lot of initiatives going on at Amazon level. But just for payments and financial services, we built out, like, now using Alexa, you can pay your bill. Like, literally, you can talk and then pay your bill in, like, just by voice without touching anything. You can recharge your phone. You can check your balance, your Amazon Pay balance. You can add money to your wallet. Like, all of these things are happening as we speak. And literally, this is starting out in the last couple of years. And we have very interesting things. The first time users, and it's still very, very early days. It's just like, I'm talking like 2008, 9 of mobiles. We're in that early days. But we already seeing, last year to this year, right? People who tried out first time tried out any of these use cases have grown twice as much. So you're having more than 100% growth on people trying, customers trying out these things. And so I think this is just one example I wanted to say. And the other one is just the discovery piece. We starting to leverage that as well. So this is like as your everything payment store, we want to make sure customers know, right? They are able to navigate, like instead of going lining up at all these places, you can just come here and then find using voice very, very easily. So that's the other one for us, but that's where we are investing because I really think that's the next frontier. Yeah.
And Neeraj, I mean, you actually see this happening at a very, very broad view with many clients, right? So, what's been your biggest takeaway on the audio or voice commerce standpoint?
So sure, Rajesh. I think voice clearly is a 1 billion story in India. So it appeals to a 200 rupee feature phone and a connected feature phone now, which is kind of a smart feature phone where voice is still going as a lead input medium because literacy remains a challenge in those markets, right? So when we are stitching solutions on conversational AI, that remains a core focus that we tend to create a lot of solutions on all three formats of conversational AI, which is right from text to stitching, creating recipe bots, which Meghna touched upon, or creating beauty bots, which are kind of a one-on-one bots where they're humans and bots chatting together and then coaxing people onto buying a particular product because WhatsApp now has got Pay connected onto it with all possible UPI support. Right there on voice also, we've been creating a lot of engaging skills on Alexa, and one of our first commerce-led skill was this Valentine's Day for Mondelez, wherein we got the lovers to actually exchange notes with Alexa as well connect to Alexa shopping app and transact. So there's a lot of innovation which is budding across these entire format of conversational AI. Lastly, I would say on video and creation of these video bots, we've seen tons of video bots on the banner ecosystem. We've seen tons of video bots getting created on the application ecosystem. For the first time ever, we've landed up a video bot which actually runs on a $20 feature phone. And this is for Lifebuoy, the mobile doctor bot, which is multilingual and it's a video format. So input still goes on voice, but the output is fancy video which comes in. So this entire space, as I said, is constantly transforming with conversational AI, data tech and creativity kind of leading the charge, and we are weaving solutions to get the core messaging across these various platforms. And like you said on audio, I would say audio is all-time high in terms of penetration. So we are building a lot of ad tech solutions through partnerships, wherein if somebody goes and is listening to a music, and if he's parallelly going and checking out a product and he adds it to the cart, when he comes back onto these audio platform and is listening to music, the product which is lying on the cart, that same ad plays in there. So that level of seamless integration which is going on the audio ad tech space. Another interesting area of work, and we've been landing a lot of campaigns out there, are these talking ads. So now when you go onto platforms like Ghana, you can actually talk to the ads. And guess what? The lending destination can also become a Google Assistant out there. So you're giving more and more holistic user journey. If the user is coming in, listening to an audio content, give him a voice destination. Or if he's coming in through a voice search channel, give him a voice skill with a voice commerce plugin. So these holistic user journey, which you are mapping right now, is going to help us actually zero down on the ROIs on the media spends. So clearly, conversational AI layered on top of media is making those media dollars more accountable. And we are pretty bullish in this space and crafting a lot of solutions. You get to see a lot of cool stuff from us in times to come.
Yeah, Neeraj, I mean, every time I speak to you, you kind of bring some otherworldly stuff, and I'm kind of bamboozled about how is this happening.
We don't have time. I missed out on my core subject, which is immersive technologies, which is what Andy is going to be covering in the keynote. So stay tuned to this event.
Yes, definitely. Sorry for that. We're almost at the end of time, but yeah, I'd like to thank each one of you panelists for joining this particular session. I know we could go, without any end to this particular session and just keep discussing a lot. But I think, yes, some key takeaways definitely was, as Meghna and a couple of others mentioned, was the fact that you need to get your core consumer insight and their journey really right, map it across touch points, and make sure that you're using that insight as consistently as possible across earned and paid media. And then at the same time, make sure that I think one of the core pieces that Shakil also kind of brought up was the fact that whatever you're doing, you make sure that, you double down on that own piece. You make sure that you are looking at all the avenues, which is value-added services. Even Meghna talked a bit about that, and then bring all of that together to basically, just make sure that you are making the most out of your core insight, core strategy on mobile. And I think Pallavi has just come to kick us all out. But thanks a lot, guys. It was really lovely.
Thanks so much,
I
guys.
wish we could have had more of this
Thank you so
particular.
much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you
guys.
all for being
Have a
here
great
today. And it's been a pleasure having you, Mr. Vikas Bansal, sir. I'm so sorry I said your designation wrong. It's Mr.
That's
Vikas
okay.
Bansal, Director, Amazon Pay. I had to clarify that. Thank you all for making the time and being here. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Cheers. Take care. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, like we always say, no event or conference of ours is complete without the unrelenting support of our partners. Our presenting partners InMobi, driving real connections, and our co-powered by partner ABP News. ABP Live के साथ जानते रहो. Can we have the AVs please for our partners?
Technology has always shaped how we communicate with one another. The wheel, the printing press, the Pony Express, the telegraph, the telephone, the computer, and mobile devices. Technology changes, yet one truth remains. We want our communications and interactions to be meaningful and have relevance. Today, however, driving real connections are easier said than done. But we help brands do that, to drive real connections. With our platform technology and exclusive mobile data, InMobi helps you understand, identify, engage, and acquire your customers. InMobi, driving real connections.
अब है तेरी बारी स्वाइप फॉर जानकारी कैसे नेता देश चलाते जानते रहो कैसे सेलेब बाल बनाते जानते रहो लेटेस्ट टेक के कहां चलाते जानते रहो लोग आजकल किधर को जाते जानते रहो कहीं भी कभी भी जानते रहो किधर भी कैसे भी जानते रहो सही वाली जानकारी जानते रहो तेरी भाषा में हो skip the FOMO let's roll and know जानते रहो जानते रहो एबीपी लाइव के साथ जानते रहो
एबीपी लाइव ऐप डाउनलोड करो और
जानते रहो
Lovely. Without any further ado, let's move on to our keynote sessions. Let's kickstart with Ms. Shalini Pillai Banerjee, Head of GPay and NBU Marketing, Google Pay, speaking about building user preference in a world of transactions. Shalini joined Google 5 years ago as a head of SMB marketing in India and then moved into her current role last year. Starting her career at Coca-Cola in sales and then brand marketing before co-founding her own venture-funded enterprise in BI SaaS space, which led for over 8 years, working with some of the largest CPG and financial services brands in India. Truly an honor to have you here, Ms. Banerjee. We're going to leave the floor to you, ma'am.
Hi. And I head marketing for Google Pay and NBU for Google India. First off, I'd like to thank the team at Exchange for Media for inviting me to speak to you today. As the name of the conference suggests, Screenage. And if there's one screen that's dominating our lives, it is the mobile screen. And we spend our time on apps. Data from App Annie reveals that Indians spend close to 5 hours a day on apps. This has grown more than 80% when you compare it to the same quarter pre-pandemic. 26 apps, almost using 26 apps with 5 at very high frequency frequency across gaming, entertainment, tools, and of course, financial apps. When we see the fintech world, it has been transformational. The digital payment space has been turbocharged by UPI. UPI related searches peaked during COVID and continue to sustain at 20%. Over 150 million users using UPI to do their daily transactions, be it sending money to a loved one, recharging their mobile, paying for groceries, or paying for household utilities. A user has more than 3 to 4 financial apps for various needs. So there is a preference game for every transaction. So what builds preference? For us, preference is built on 2 behavioral pillars. App engagement, how frequently is the app used? App satisfied, how satisfied is the user with the app at the end of every transaction? Let me share some data from a recent study that Google did with Kantar to understand the financial app user behavior. If you see the chart, you will notice how strong the relationship is between brand metrics and app usage. Starting off from when they just discover the app, to onboarding, to start using it, familiarity, and then there's this huge big jump. Almost a 32% increase from usage to satisfaction. Not a surprise, but let's double click a bit. Looking at the usage pattern and looking at what drives usage, we know safety and security is table stakes. But after that, it's the relevance to the user need and the context that need with the new features, the updates, and that's what drives differentiation. It's not just what it does now, but what it continues to do for me and how. Now let's look at the next slide. In this chart, it definitely shows there's no secret that offers and loyalty incentives nudge the user. In fact, users are constantly searching for offers. But I think it's critical to see if you can build that offer construct to move from it being a trial to a habit. And don't just see it as a single transaction use case. Our guiding principles have always been helpfulness and delight. Let me give you some examples of what I mean. Let's go back to usage. Let's say I want to pay someone. I want to pay Amit. What comes into your mind is the face of the person, not the full name. I have over 10 Amits. Don't even get me started on Raj or Rahul. That's why we looked at how you can remove this first friction point. How can you make this process easy, seamless, helpful? So when you want to pay, you don't think about the name, but you see who you want to pay. And that's your first time that you're making that happen. Another example I want to talk about is bill payments, something I don't enjoy. In fact, when we get our bills, we tag them into things to do board, pin it on the fridge, punch it onto a desk, make it into a checklist. Users get multiple bills in a household, electricity, gas, newspapers, etc. There is a huge fear on missing the deadline, driven by past experiences, penalties, service interruption, the due date, constantly lingering in your head till the time the bill is paid. Bills need tracking, and users fill that gap using notebooks or by relying on family members. We wanted to move away from just enabling you to make that payment to assistance to almost automation to help users track, manage, and pay these recurring payments, mimicking almost their offline checklist. So the other feature that we've just recently launched is the recurring payment space. And once we've launched it, we've actually been helping educate our users on it. Let's play the ad.
हाँ मम्मी, पहुंच गई।
क्या चल रहा है?
मैं बस पौधों को पानी डाल रहा था।
बिजली का बिल भर दिया?
लास्ट डेट 18th। लास्ट डेट 18 है मम्मी।
और सिलेंडर?
सिलेंडर, फोन, इंटरनेट, बिजली सब के बिल भर दिए।
तू आराम से आ मम्मी, हम सारे काम बड़ी लगन से कर रहे हैं।
गूगल पे पर है घर के सारे बिल्स की एक चेकलिस्ट, यानी पेमेंट की नो झंझट।
I know, I don't miss paying my bills anymore. And that brings me to the next point, incentives. Now, with Diwali around the corner, there are offers and offers and offers. We've looked at it, at how we can also build on the moment. And for us, let me take you back a little bit into the past. It all started in 2019 with something called the Rangoli, where we reimagined do X, get Y. The premise was simple: do different transactions, get stamps. But the elusive Rangoli stamp to complete the set only happened if you finished that one particular type of transaction. It captured the imagination of every Indian, where collectibles, not cash, became the incentive. So, in a nutshell, it's not just about the announcement of an offer or giving the offer, but what we've realized is, how do you create the experience around it? Can you almost gamify it? And if I had to look back and think about the three elements that we see in gamification, the first one, it has to link to the cultural or the environmental context that brings a sense of understanding. The second, building levels that help users to get a sense of achievement. And when we think about these levels, it's not just within the offer, but are you doing it enough number of times that can actually help you create the habit? And the third thing that we've noticed that brings in delight is actually the social signaling. It's important. They talk about it, they brag about it, and it actually nudges other users. So when we took the 2019 principles and in 2020, we looked at the same thing and created another game called Go India. Let's play this ad.
नक्शे पर ढूंढोगे तो कच्छ गुजरात में मिलेगा, पर असल में
जहाँ गरबानो गीत वही आपरो कच्छ।
এবার তুমি এই সর্ষে বাটাটা মাছের মধ্যে ঢেলে দাও।
जहाँ सरसों की महक उठी वही हमार कोलकाता।
जहाँ पैरों को मिट्टी छू गई वही मेरा गोवा।
पार्टी इस बार हम दीपावली मदुरई में नहीं मनाएंगे।
जहाँ कोलम सजी वही हमारा मदुरई।
एक इंडिया हमारे दिलों में भी रहता है। गूगल पे पर खेलिए गो इंडिया गेम और घर बैठे सेलिब्रेट करिए उस दिल वाले इंडिया को।
Built from an insight that Diwali holidays was a time to visit new places or family, given the pandemic conditions, could we let our users tap into a virtual road trip? It was a 30-city road trip that celebrated famous landmarks and traditions. You would collect tickets, kilometers, based on the type of transactions made. There were exchanges, community sharing, with users sharing their locations as they were traveling, posting about becoming ticket collectors. In fact, my parents said, "You're not coming to Chennai, but can you send me the Chennai ticket?" Like the Rangoli game, it generated huge user love, positive sentiment, and again, through the game, we were able to nudge, but more importantly, educate users about new type of pay flows, see them adopt it, and in fact, more sustained even after the game was over. It was surprising, delightful, in an unexpected way. But engagement doesn't always have to be gamification. It doesn't have to be about self-goals or wins. Early this year, we were inspired by what we saw in the early days of COVID Wave 2, the humanity we witnessed, where everyone helped each other. It was on this premise we wanted to make sure that Google Pay on-app actions in India could keep this concern alive and drive continued concern. And so we thought, what if every action of our user counted for something more?
गणेश सेकंड फ्लोर। किसके घर से निकली परवाह, किसके आंगन तक आई?
गार्ड चाचा, 21 तारीख को टीका कंफर्म।
अपना था कोई सामने या किसी अनजान के काम आई? इंडिया इन बातों की परवाह नहीं करता।
जावेद भाई, एडवांस भेज रहा हूँ। क्यों? आपको गांव से वापस लाने के लिए। जल्दी आइए, चाय पिलाइए।
इंडिया तो बस इंडिया की परवाह करता है। इसी परवाह के लिए गूगल पे ने बनाए हैं आई केयर हार्ट्स। यहाँ दोस्तों के साथ शेयर किया हर हार्ट किसी की मदद में बटाएगा हाथ।
With this, at the Cornerstone, we launched the Eye Care campaign in July, where we got users to gift care hearts with their friends once they made a socially good transaction. The Eye Care campaign had successfully donated 10 million meals to families affected by COVID, coming from the actions of millions of Google Pay users. This one is close to my heart. So, as I conclude, I'd like to summarize. See how every engagement is leading the user to understand your app, exploring it, moving towards the N+1 goal.
किसके घर से निकली परवाह, किसके आंगन तक आई?
काट चाचा 21 तारीख को टीका कंफर्म।
अपना था कोई सामने या किसी अनजान के काम आई? इंडिया इन बातों की परवाह नहीं करता।
जावेद भाई, एडवांस भेज रहा हूँ। क्यों? आपको गांव से वापस लाने के लिए। जल्दी आइए, चाय पिलाइए।
इंडिया तो बस इंडिया की परवाह करता है। इसी परवाह के लिए गूगल पे ने बनाए हैं आई केयर हार्ट्स। यहाँ दोस्तों के साथ शेयर किया हर हार्ट किसी की मदद में बटाएगा हाथ।
With this at the Cornerstone, we launched the Eye Care campaign in July, where we got users to gift care hearts with their friends once they made a socially good transaction. The Eye Care campaign had successfully donated 10 million. See how every engagement is leading the user to understand your app, exploring it, moving towards the N+1 goal. Context your engagement to something they will find useful. Explore your nudges, your offers. Education can be surprising, it can be delightful. Reimagine the do the X, get the Y. And most of all, thank you for listening.
Okay, that was truly an enriching session with Ms. Banerjee. Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on. Next up, we have Mr. Sunayan Mitra, Director Coffee and Beverages, Nestle, South Asia region. He'll be discussing the world at our fingertips, the science and art of fingertip marketing. Mr. Mitra has 24 plus years of experience in a diverse set of roles spanning general management, strategy, marketing, and sales operations in FMCG MNCs. Developed commercial and strategic expertise out of experiential learnings from a variety of responsibilities that ranged from successful creation of new businesses to generating high growth for robust businesses. Currently, Mr. Mitra is leading the beverages business at Nestle for the South Asia region. He's passionate about people, brands, and businesses. And we couldn't be more excited to hear you out here, sir. Over to you, Mr. Mitra.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I will just share my screen. Just give me a minute, please. Am I audible? I just wanted to run a check, please. So good afternoon, everyone. Over the next 15 minutes or so, I will take you through the science and art of fingertip marketing. Mobile is very much what is the way forward for us and has encompassed all our lives. Now, what is science, what is art, and what is marketing, and how can we differentiate them? Now, we all have our ways of interpreting. A simple way which I interpret them is science is the thought, while art is the expression. So in marketing, we have a part which is the thought, which comes from consumers, their behavior, how they can be reached, and the art is how we express that into things which they can comprehend. And marketing is all about translating a brand promise into what the consumer needs. So if we go forward with this and how India as a country is and the kind of challenges which we face as marketers, it's diversity which has often defined India. So when we are launching a campaign, we often think of how many languages do we need to work on? How many edits do we need to work on? We have more number of languages, official languages, than countries in Europe. We have more number of towns and more number of more parts of the country where we need to take care of whether what we try to communicate as a brand promise is what is getting understood. So therefore, conventionally, we always had different ways of communicating the same piece of communication, which was either dubbed or we had to go back to the drawing board to think whether it could be interpreted or understood, be it when we are talking to rural audiences, when we are talking to urban audiences. But let's see what's happening in the fingertip world. I'll just check whether the sound is playing. If it's not, please let me know. I'll play quick, short videos. You got the gist. Suddenly there is one language which is reverberating across towns, across languages, and across ACCs, where be it a superstar, a commoner, or somebody from one of the villages, they're all suddenly being united in what is the new fingertip world we are getting into. So today's world is an attention economy. And it is content, which I will come to it again and again. It is content which will define how engaged your audience is and how much is she willing to listen to what you have to put up as a brand. Now, how has the audience changed in terms of attention span? In 2000, it was 12 seconds. It came down to 8 seconds in 2013. And finally, if we look at Gen Z today, it's 2.8 seconds. And it's said that the goldfish has an attention span of 9 seconds. So that's the kind of attention span we are dealing with today. And it is extremely important, therefore, the content which we have is meant to engage our evolving consumer behaviors as we see. Now, digital is reality and it's exploding in India like nowhere else in the world. It is today the number one data consuming country. And a big part of that is that the data cost is one of the cheapest. And with Geo coming in a few years back, the data cost reduced by 17x. Now, these are things for a marketer, which on one hand puts a lot of hope and a lot of excitement that Indians check social media 13 times on an average. They also remember, people recall content on newsfeed after seeing it for just 0.25 seconds. And 4 in 5 businesses get a direct message on social media, so they're engaging. And 83% people on Instagram have discovered new products. Earlier, what was very difficult for small businesses to reach out to, suddenly there is a medium in which we can do so. And if we look at how does consumer behave through the day, these are scenes from some parts of the world, but you see that very, very similar stuff in our lives, and you can very well picture yourself checking your phone on the go. Of course, you need to be safe because that's something which is of very high importance. With mobile, more and more we are getting news that people are having accidents because they are checking their mobiles while walking. But on the go is 70% of checking on your mobile. There is 20% where you are leaning forward, a break between two meetings, or between your household chores on a Saturday when you have that time. And the other 10% is when you lean back and you actively search out new communication or new content. So, as marketers, there are 3 clear ways of how we make our brand messages stand out. On the go is an immediate one. People don't have time to do too much at that point of time to interpret complex messaging. Interactive is when you would like to engage and reply to either social media or on the brands. And the third one is when you're ready for an immersive experience and you would like to do it, to seek out more information and learn and educate yourself. This journey was always on, but the pandemic year has accelerated this journey. A few call outs on this fairly busy slide is TV is seen to be gaining. While there was a part where TV lost, but TV viewership has normalized and it's massive. Still in India, it's massive, but digital has seen exponential growth. We have more TVs, more mobile phones than we have TVs. And with the smartphone price coming as low as 3,000 rupees, we expect to have 1 billion users by 2025. 1 billion. And the new ways the consumer is engaging is vernacular search is up to 2.1 billion. Voice search is up to 4.2 billion. These are ways of reaching out to specific consumer cohorts, which earlier was fairly difficult. And mobile has become an extension of life's choices where you share, where you do it at your pace. You don't need to engage immediately. You wait for the right time. You learn and upgrade. That's when you are having immersive times. Of course, you would like to explore trends. You would like to convert into a purchase, and a consumer also wants to express her views. And there is a FOMO, which is a big thing in today's youngsters, the fear of missing out. So therefore, content, trending topics are extremely important. Therefore, our new way of creative practices are be visible, jo dikhta hai, wo bikta hai. The same thing which was there in before this mobile explosion is still there. How you are visible is something we have to be very clear about, and I'll come to that in a minute. You have to be ready for a world where your communication should be effective, your message should come through even when there is no voice. So while there are mediums coming in new where voice plays a role, sound plays a role, there are major mediums where sound is just not there. And how your brand is visible, whether it stays in your memory or not, is again another part which we have to take care of. Now, content is the king, and brands have to adapt. From the category which I handle, I'll share a couple of examples where we have to look at a platform format. Most of our phones are vertical formats. Our TV communication has historically been a horizontal format. So when you are engaging, it's important that you know that the platform format is right. It should work with or without sound. And the brand has to be visible in a non-intrusive way, in an interesting way, while you are uh, communicating. So I'll just play these short ones on Nescafe Gold. And this one is on Valentine's Day when Nescafe Gold went out with a communication on spending time with yourself, a very special person. Now, all of these work without sound as well, while sound does add to the overall communication. A few more examples where how brand stands out in front, and I'll pick up one example from Nespresso, a global example. It's not in English, but you'll see that language is not really needed for the indulgence of a great cup of Nespresso coffee. It's a flat white over ice, and how it looks is what is communicated, and the language doesn't matter. This one is another example from India where it was a consumer promotion with how to make a cold coffee, and it works without sound. So I'll play it without sound. Again, it is meant to talk about the product which is free and also the indulgence which it generates. The next one is on Starbucks, again, which works beautifully in this format, vertical format, talking about what you can procure, and it works without sound.
I love my work and I'm always grateful to be sharing my with you all. But sometimes it's so easy to get caught up. And every so often when it does, I remember to pause and take a moment with one thing that's been constant in my music journey. My glass of Nescafe Gold. Then I stay right in that moment for just a little longer to do something that uplifts me and truly brings me joy. What brings me happiness is hitting that perfect note, be it with music or with my Nescafe Gold. I love my work and
So it is about content. The last one which you saw was an example of using somebody who is an influencer, the audience who follows that influencer has a certain need and they are looking for a certain kind of a message which they resonate with. Now, mobile offers the right TG. Just look hard enough, and here today, we can reach out to different cohorts with different interests which your brand talks to. Another example I will use is of what was used by Lactogrow, where the objective was to reach toddler moms, a difficult segment to identify on mass platform. So toddler moms, as specific as that. Just imagine if it was only TV and print, there was really no way of reaching out only to them. But today we have the power to do it. And you can have partnerships with different platforms to promote your product with a relevant message. And the results, 25% repeat purchases in a category which is fairly robust or established. The other one we had from KitKat is when we talked with Geo and engaged with youth beyond brand advertising, where KitKat break zones were made with 8 playlists, reaching out to the cohort who gets music or for whom music is important. The other one I will use is being able to repurpose your TVCs and leverage them in mobile in a way where youth, who was the role model here, can engage with it. So as a result, you have a TV commercial which then can be very soon repurposed into something which the youth engages with and enjoys. Also, social messaging. Recently, Nestle launched the Face of Hope campaign, encouraging youth in Middle India to mask up and be safe. There is a way today to reach the mass through Facebook and Geo, and we had 280 million plus reach, 3 million plus pledges. 3 million people came on the platform and pledged to be using a mask, and it was right after the pandemic had hit in India, the second wave, and this was something responsible for us to do to encourage people to start wearing masks so that it becomes accepted. So that's all I had to take you through the wonderful world of fingertip marketing. This is a new area which is constantly evolving. So what is a rule today? What is right today? We have to be always on our toes because it may not be the right thing tomorrow. And day after tomorrow, a completely new set of rules will emerge. So that's the exciting journey which all marketeers are going through. And it gives a lot of power and also a lot of responsibility for us to ensure that we do the right things as we move forward in our journeys. That's all I had from my end. Thank you very much for listening today.
Thank you, Mr. Mitra. It is an absolute pleasure having you here. And we're so happy that you could make the time and be here. I'm sure the audience really enjoyed it. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our next speaker for today. Sorry. Ms. Ritu Mehrotra, Regional Manager, South Asia at Booking.com. Ms. Mehrotra is currently the Regional Manager at Booking.com, hailing from Gurgaon. She started off strong by gaining achievements from IIM Foreign Trade, Harvard Business School, and also graduated from Harvard University in 2013. She's also garnered experience by reaching senior level leadership positions and built her expertise by working with renowned organizations like Pacific Global, Bristol Cone, Zomato, to name a few. In 2015, she founded Greenplate, an e-com site dedicated to providing corporate America with organically healthy meals. Ms. Mehrotra today at Screenage is going to be discussing and talking about unlocking your app marketing automation driving mobile app promotion in a COVID-19 world. Hi, Ms. Mehrotra. It's nice to have you here, ma'am, and the floor is all yours. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Pallavi. I'm going to share my screen as well because I do have a PowerPoint. But before that, hey, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you this afternoon. And I would like to thank Exchange for Media for having me here. We have 25 minutes and lots to cover. So buckle up and we get on to the exciting journey. Is my screen visible? All right, so maybe I'll just get started, assuming that my screen is visible, and so am I. Out of 7.7 billion people in the world, 60%, over 60% of them actually live inside the small circle that you see. And this circle, by the way, also is the fastest growing in the world. India is, as you can see, a part of this circle. And you can see that there are more people that live inside this circle than outside of this circle. And very interesting thing is that India is one of the fastest growing economies as well. Also, I think it's extremely diverse. It's a diverse nation. There are 23 languages. We have 415 dialects. We have 19,500 mother tongues and over 1 million dishes in the country. And when people say that they have one India strategy to acquire users at scale, to build demand, or have a product market fit, it actually confuses me a lot. There's one thing in common. We all love our beloved phones. The picture that you see on the top is I clicked while I was passing through a school in college a few days back. There's one thing in common. Everybody is glued to their phones. Last year, 70% of all internet visits were on mobile, and this number continues to grow. And why is this growing? Large and growing middle class, skipping desktop and moving straight to mobile. Mind you, this is the nation, this is the country where a lot of people actually have never experienced a desktop or a laptop. This is the generation that moved straight to their mobile phones. So for a lot of ways, this is their first camera, their first TV, their first music store. And most importantly, this is how they connect with the world. Every day, 80 billion messages are shared on WhatsApp, Facebook, Insta, and all other social media combined. And if I talk about India specifically, there is a population which is, again, a young and middle class. Post-COVID, I think the digital transformation went on a turbo state because it was not just the want, it also became the need of the hour. And therefore, the need got even more pronounced. Average time spent on social media is over 5.5 hours today. And mobile has changed user behavior completely. People do not want to wait for answers. People do not want to stand in queues. People do not want to wait in line to get to any kind of clarification either. People are expecting instant gratification. Picture this. When you get an Uber ride and the app shows you 4 minutes, but driver arrives in 8 minutes, you're already completely disengaged. Or if I sent a message on WhatsApp stating that, hey guys, I'm excited to all my friends, and hey guys, there's a new bar that has opened up. Why don't we go and have a quick drink? And if I don't hear back from them in 15 minutes, I am thinking that they are thinking it's a bad idea already. And last, if I look at Booking.com's business, same day reservations have gone up dramatically in the last couple of years. So it brings us to three things. Number one, on one hand, mobile as a platform is gaining so much traction. Number two, Messenger or messages is the way to communicate. And third thing is that artificial intelligence, machine learning, that will personalize the content that we're sharing on the platform. So where does this take us? Let's turn to what happened in China. Let's look at this platform. It started as a messaging platform and very quickly morphed into a super app, and it's called WeChat. And this is empowering people to live their lives on phone only. Every day, hundreds and thousands of customers are interacting with millions of businesses and even government services. So if you want to apply for a permit, get a visa, everything is done through this channel. So if anything, China is a predictive to what's going to happen to the rest of the world. And why I'm saying this is because they embarked on the mobile revolution much faster than any other country in the world, including some of the Western countries like Europe or North America. So as a business, it's important for us to understand, are we mobile ready? Are we innovating fast enough? Is our businesses ready to target these mobile users? Are we communicating with the users on the medium that they're most comfortable in? And the situation is actually even more grim, especially when we send text messages on WhatsApp, Facebook over 100 times a day. And there is a key gap in how we communicate with the businesses and delivering value. Very interesting. Other key trend that we see also is, and I already mentioned that we spend 5.5 hours on our phone today, but how are we going online? Google isn't the entry point anymore. We are going through our feeds, which are highly personalized, contextual, and keeps bringing us back. And just to make matters worse, none of these search engines will be the entry points. And just to let you know, if I look at the last year's sales for Alibaba, which is one of the largest, retail chains in China, 60% of the sales came from contextualized content. So data shows that before we go to bed every night, on an average, people spend 50 minutes checking their feeds and social media. If anyone told you a few years back that you'll be spending 5 hours on a 6-inch screen, you would laugh. But this goes on to show that if there's something easy, useful, frictionless, boom, it can change user behavior in no time. We spend hours on this without actually searching anything. So when you're looking at your feeds on Facebook, when you're looking at content, you're not searching anything. Basically what happens is whatever notifications come in, because they're highly contextualized, you keep browsing more and more and more and more. And if you look at each of these, examples that I've shown, that's exactly what happens. And because the content is so personalized, but it's low intent, so marketers have to be ready for that. Takes me to the next point. So how do we acquire users? What do we do to make sure that we have the right attention span? So at Booking.com, 2 years back, we started to spend a lot of time and we invested a lot of energy and resources into growth of our app. We made big gains in booking and user engagement, both on iOS and Android. And I want to dig into our growth trends to show you how this momentum is opening up new partner opportunities and user growth. So from high level perspective, our investment in future of our app follows. It's a two-pronged strategy. How do we drive more app installs? And how does the app have more engagement, as I spoke to you about? And in the last 2 years, we've been able to do both, actually, if I see the strategy. So let's focus more on the user acquisition side first. Number one, App Store optimization. I think that is one of the most important things in activating advertising campaigns in app stores around the web. So our app is increasingly reaching new customers, new users as we continue to add flights, tours, and we are trying to do connected trips. Because the more choice you give on the platform, the more users keep coming back. And recently we launched another PR campaign that was all about downloading the app. And I want to say that in the last 2 years, the very focused efforts that we made globally in Q2 this year, Booking was #1 downloaded OTA app according to third-party research firm. And during the same quarter, we were one of the most downloaded app in US, and our downloads increased dramatically over the last couple of years. And we ensured that we create direct marketing. So apart from working on the conversion, funnel, etc., we wanted to create content that brings low intent users to engage our entire funnel. And also our entire funnel is touched by machine learning. So this is how the user acquisition is working for us. Now, if we look at how are we driving engagement? So if I look at booking particularly, right, a typical user will not use our platform every day. They will do that when they're planning a trip and when they need it. But when they come and when they're planning the trip, that's when they open the app a lot more, right? And it's possible that the pandemic has increased this engagement as well, with the uncertain travel environment encouraging many travelers to pivot to mobile. And that's what we see as well. With such clear, so if I see today, the overall business from mobile represents 60%. And if I look at just India, it's actually upwards of 70-75%. So a very large chunk of a business comes on mobile. With this clear success metrics pouring in, now is a good time to think about how do we offer deals to these mobile users, a differentiated rate strategy. So we started to work on a differentiated rate strategy. And if you see the picture on the top, you see that, we have a very prominently listed mobile rates on our platform, which are extremely compelling. Because if you see, an app will have a very, very small screen and a small real estate. And therefore, it's very important for us to showcase these deals. And when partners, and when I say partners, it's our hotel partners, when they implement these, they receive on an average 28% on an average more bookings, which is clear indicator that how people are so used to booking transactions online and on their cell phones. It just doesn't end there. The intelligence and framework we've built to help automatically identify and triage requests through Booking Assistant now work seamlessly in the background on Booking.com, helping customers to navigate our help center, which is available in 44 different languages. So it's not just about getting users, showcasing the deal. It's also about making sure that once they come to the platform, as I spoke about machine learning, etc., it's very important for us to give them the right kind of engagement there. If I go and start to work on the overall user journey as well. So it's not about bringing the users. It's not about engaging with them. It's also about ease of use. It's also about how contextual can we make the entire funnel and how it's touched by machine learning. And if you see here, when you land on our site and you aren't sure where do you want to go yet, we make suggestions to you. So if you see the picture on the top, because we've been leveraging all your past data, the user data that we've had and machine learning models, we know that, what are the kind of options that will work on closing the funnel sooner. When we recommend which apartment and hotel would best suit your search criteria. So there is a lot of different machine learning systems working in the background when we start to show you based on what your past data is. And we also work a lot on in the moment for the moment. Because sometime back you may have gone with a family. Today you want to go a boys trip, on a road trip. So our machine learning funnel actually works as you're going through the journey as well. Also, it's very important to show, as I said, contextual, right? The reason you're going to your feeds is because it's contextual, right? Somebody has sent you a message and you want to see that, right? So if you see the reviews, right? Which images are most relevant to you will come to you because we know from the past experiences what kind of images helped us to convert the funnel better. And which machine learning models have automated in terms of detecting important features. So we know that for you, pool may be important, or for somebody else, a right kind of bed or mattress may be important. And data science has become rapidly more sophisticated over the past decade. And it continues to accelerate, which we love at Booking.com. And we've been passionate about data, to say the least. And because of the data, we focus a lot on our CTAs. And so we already know that if you are a family of 4 people, even the reviews that we start to show you are the ones that are by families or people for, so that it becomes highly contextual and you are able to engage on the platform a lot better. The last piece I want to cover is the customer service and demand prediction. If you need support before, during, or after your trip, our demand prediction algorithms make sure that there's enough of our excellent customer service staff on hand to help you out in the native language. So we use about 44 languages that I've already spoke to you about. So as we are looking at today's world of marketing, and I talked about three important things. It's not just about user acquisition. Google doesn't work anymore. It is highly contextual, content-driven, low-intent user base that we need to look at. Once users are on the platform, it's important to have engaging, content, and that needs to happen entire user journey, and that becomes available through the use of AI and machine learning. So I'll end with that world is moving to mobile experience. And in times to come, more or either businesses are going to be digital or on digital, period. And I'll end here. I hope I was on time.
Thank you, Ms. Mehrotra. Very, very, very interesting session. I think the audience must have really had a field day with this one. Thank you again for being here, ma'am, taking out the time, sharing all your knowledge and interesting ideas. And we look forward to interacting soon.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Pallavi. See you.
Thank you and take care, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to move on to our next panel session for today. The topic for this panel session is Advanced Metrics in Mobile Marketing, the right way to practice it. There'll be three key highlight points being discussed on this panel. 1, best practices of mobile marketing. 2, building effective dashboards to understand metrics that matter. 3, dynamics at play for next phase of mobile marketing metrics. Allow me to welcome the session chair for this panel, Mr. Kosal Maladi, Vice President, Madison World. The speakers for the panel, allow me to welcome the same, Mr. Ajay Dhyani, Head Marketing and Ecom, Timex Group. Mr. Siddharth Dahbade, MD and of MIQ India and SARC, MIQ Digital Commercial Private Limited. Pravalita Bora, Head of Marketing, 91 Mobiles. Juhi Singh, Head of Digital Center of Excellence, India and International, Marico. Kshitiman Kohli, Digital Marketing and CRM Lead at Reckitt Beckinsale. Welcome to all the speakers and our session chair, and I hope I enunciated all your names correctly. If I haven't, please do point it out. Over to you. The floor is all yours.
Thank you so much. Hello everyone, welcome. So since we've had a very quick introduction and we have about half an hour of session, I'll quickly jump into the topic, right? So the discussion is about measurement metrics in mobile marketing. It's very, very interesting, right? I remember a time 10, 12 years ago when we used to talk about digital marketing and numbers. We used to get really excited. We used to track the ComScore numbers month on month, and we would say, there are 20 million users per month on digital today. There are 25 million. I remember this one time we got really excited when we hit a number of 40, 45 million. Today we're probably at 450 to 500 million. And that's the truth today, right? At that point of time, we had internet marketing, which was pretty much what we did on desktops. And we had mobile marketing, which was that one thing that you did through SMS, OBDs, and so on and so forth. Right? Of course, things have changed. And as a great man, Uncle Ben once told Spider-Man, With great power comes great responsibility, and that's where we are today. Mobile marketing, digital marketing gives us so much data to play with. And with so much data, we just don't know what to do. There are two challenges with data. One, what do I do with the data? How do I analyze the data and make sense of it? And two, what about privacy? Where do we stand on privacy today? So, with that, I'd like to just open the floor and I'll address the first question to Kirtiman. Uh, Taking a step back again, as I said, we had digital marketing, which was internet marketing and mobile marketing. What is mobile marketing today? How would you define it? You're not audible, or am I the only person who cannot hear you?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, much better.
Hi, sorry about that. So, as in the last session it was mentioned, almost 85% of all media consumption on the internet is happening over mobile. So, almost all digital marketing right now is mobile marketing or mobile first marketing, which triggers us marketers to think in that direction. And there is a big paradigm shift for us as well. Because earlier we used to look at our screens where we were looking at assets, we were looking at our desktops while approving assets. We'll have to look at each asset in each communication to see that if does it fit well in a 6-inch screen or not, or does it fare well, does the consumer get the message in a 6-inch screen or not, is something which is paramount as a marketer now. So just a small tip, and I've been using this the past few months, is every time I approve an asset or review an asset, I make sure that the team sends it on my phone rather than on the desktop. So that actually helps.
Yeah, it's very interesting you should say this, because I remember this is back in 2014. We were creating this website. It was a really fancy website which was opening by QR code at that point of time and lots of things. And we had created it for a desktop. And we had optimized it for the mobile screen, but the client was constantly complaining that it wasn't opening properly. It was opening on all our phones properly, but it wasn't opening on client's phone properly. Then we figured that the client was still using a 4-inch screen, while the rest of us had moved to 5.5, 6-inch. So the sizes keeps increasing. So yeah,
That does matter, of course.
Yeah, I mean, thanks for that. So I just like a slightly different perspective now. I'll move on to Prajulita, who essentially sells, who markets to people who buy mobiles, which gives us all the data that we have today, right? So how would you define mobile marketing?
Thanks, Kausal. So, well, my views largely resonate with what Kirtiman has already sort of highlighted. We can't think of mobile marketing as a channel anymore. I mean, and in the smartphone space, marketing is essentially mobile today. So we have to adopt a mobile first outlook. So whether it's the creative, the ad creative, or the length of your ad film or your brand film, the format, the sound, we have to make sure that they're optimized for mobile. So that applies, of course, to our space as well. The other thing in the smartphone and tech space is whom are we distributing our ads to, right? If I'll give an example, for a smartphone brand today, any of us is a potential consumer, right? But how many of us are looking to buy a new smartphone immediately? Not a lot. Like the number will be very few. In fact, in a given month, only 10 to 12 million smartphones are being sold. And in laptops and tablets and appliance and other categories, the numbers will be even smaller. So while your TG may be in crores, the in-market high-intent audience would only be a few lakhs. So when you have to advertise, it makes sense to disproportionately go after this audience. And there are ways to identify them. For example, of course, on gadget sites like 91 Mobiles, and further segment them based on their search behavior and customize your ads for greater impact. So that's something that we sort of follow very closely, adopting a scientific way to marketing. The other thing that I want to sort of touch upon, and it applies to all categories, not just tech, I would say, is that in mobile marketing, like people are looking for immediacy. They are looking for compelling. And if you don't deliver it in an easy to consume format, they'll just walk away, right? So I think as marketers, we have to make sure that you're delivering content and getting to the key value proposition immediately. And I think the fourth thing that I sort of would like to quickly touch upon is the fact that there's a whole proliferation of channels today. And it's very important to pick the right channels. Of course, it will vary based on your campaign objective, etc. But if you're creating ads for Facebook, you have an app, you have email marketing, you're doing Metro, you're probably going to Clubhouse, you're leveraging influencers, it's definitely difficult to maintain brand consistency. So it's very important to sort of figure where your consumers are spending the most time, learning and discovering about new brands, and making sure you're available in those platforms in the best possible manner. So yeah, those are like a few highlights about how we sort of adopt marketing here at 91 Mobiles.
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting because, in fact, we can probably dig into this a little deeper. I mean, at 91 Mobiles, you obviously have, I mean, because of what the platform is, you know exactly what the consumers are coming here on your platform for, right? How do you actually start creating cohorts of users outside of your platform when they're not looking for mobile exactly, looking to buy mobile products, but understand that they are consumers of mobile? That will be something that will be interesting to look at, and it will obviously apply for a lot of other brands because I mean, the website is not meant for that purpose, right? So that'll be interesting. And another thing that you mentioned, which I thought was very interesting, was they are probably not looking to buy the phone immediately. They're doing some research. So, and I think it's a fantastic way. It's a fantastic way. I probably want to ask the question to Juhi because we're talking about the attribution here, right? I mean, if I'm searching for something on 91 Mobiles, I'm probably not looking to do that. So there is a certain look back window. So today, if I look at what Facebook would say, Facebook would probably give a look back window of ranging anywhere between 1 day to 7 days, depending on the category. And there is a different look back window for each platform. And attribution is always a big challenge. So it'll be it'd be fantastic to know how you handle this attribution challenge at Marico. And also, how do you use data to make decisions on which platforms to be present on to drive more sales?
Yeah, thanks, Kaushal. So, like you have mentioned, it's very, very easy in case when we have a DTC brand, wherein, let's say, the sales is also happening on the website, and then the direct attribution is possible because we are having some tags, etc., to know that which of the channel actually converted. It becomes difficult when somebody enters a black box like Amazon and Flipkart, while to an extent, if we land them on brand store, etc., we get that data. But what happens is that most of the time on brand store, they are still exploring and they go on the PDP later on and convert. So what we did at Marico is that we try and gather everyday sales data for all our brands from, let's say, Amazon, which is the largest partner for us. And then, of course, we get all the digital marketing data. We run a multi-channel attribution model, which actually helps us to derive ROI for each of the platform at a brand level, which in turn, which we have built a spend optimizer tool internally, which helps brand manager to play around with, and they can make a choice to go by the model, which is predicting the ROI, or apply their own intelligence because maybe they have a better asset this time or a better cohort defined on certain platform, and they feel that it will give a better outcome. So the model predicts the expected, let's say, max or optimum sale as well. If the spend attribution is made as per model, we keep tracking that and we keep improving the model as well. And one number that we track very actively for the senior leadership and at each brand level is ROAS, which is essentially opposite of ACOS. And it's a very simple yet very effective matrix because it can be applied at a company level, geography level, business unit level, even at a category, brand, time period, and campaign level. So what we have done is we have arrived at certain benchmark at each of these level, and we keep evaluating whether we are performing better than that or not so good, and then keep improving henceforth. So I think that's the way we do it.
Okay, it's interesting. So just a follow-up question. Would you also, while obviously you are able to track the ROAS for an online sale probability, is there any modeling you would do or you're looking to do to track the offline sales? Because a large part of Marico products obviously still sell offline, and
Right.
for the e-commerce sales or e-commerce marketing spends to grow, I'm sure there is a huge impact that will have on the offline sale as well. Like for example, I see a product online, but I don't necessarily order. I mean, if it's
Yeah.
an oil, I probably don't order online, but what I
Yeah.
see on an Amazon makes a huge difference. So, is there
Right.
any way to track that?
Yeah, so like the multi-touch attribution model is of course much more frequent because we have the data at that level. So it can be, let's say, a quarterly level model to predict the ROI and make changes. But for large brands and where offline data is there and there is a, data which is coming late to us through the store audits, etc., happening through Nielsen audits, etc. Of course, the data cannot be collated and the model cannot be run immediately. Also, a lot of factors come into picture, right? Because there is store, let's say, general trade visibility, and there are promos running and all of that, and data accuracy is also a problem. So there we apply a multi MMM model, right? And what we do is that we do it biannual, and then we keep refreshing it as we go. However, having said that, the accuracy of that model is also getting impacted by let's say, conditions like COVID, etc., which was not unprecedented, right? So that ways we attribute for the offline sales.
Okay, okay. Thanks, Julie. Just taking the e-commerce conversation forward, we have Ajay from Timex. So I'm just curious to see if the e-commerce journey for a CPG versus e-commerce for a Timex, would it be very different the way you look at it?
Right. In Timex Group, we have also seen unprecedented growth in our e-commerce and especially on the digital platform. Especially, talking about the last lockdown. At that point in time, when our stores were closed and physical stores, there were no walk-ins. And that point in time, it was complete lockdown in from e-commerce point of view. But even after that, the kind of growth and kind of response we have seen on digital platform, that has been phenomenal, and we have taken a lot of initiatives to further grow this journey, and those initiatives are backed by data. One is our D2C initiative where we sell our watches directly from the brand website, and I would say that the performance of the brand website also started growing significantly just after the lockdown period, and that is again backed by a lot of data, we say first party data and third party data, and doing marketing activities and planning all sort of marketing strategies, top of the funnel strategies and bottom of the funnel strategies to leverage from that and optimize your sales performance. Second, I would say that on e-commerce platforms like Amazon, Flipkart, again, the growth, I would say the significant factor behind this growth would be data. Working closely with e-commerce platforms, and then getting those valuable data from the partners. I would say not only consumer data, of course, not available, but other product data. That product insights data really help us to improve performance. Be it uh, for example, looking at what consumers are preferring to buy online space, and then we match it with our offline data. We get CRM data from our stores, and then we have DMS data from our distribution channel, and then website data, and we try to analyze this data so closely to find and to make the cohorts of the consumers and try to optimize. And then there are various factors which are involved, like for example, um, if there are certain issues where you can really improve to lower the return rates and to improve the product performance by making doing contextual targeting, and also improving our product presence on the e-commerce platform. So again, I would say on and all, e-commerce growth has been phenomenal in last couple of years, and I would say the data played a very, very important role, helping us to optimize and helping us to achieve these significant numbers.
Thank you. Thank you, Ajay. So, essentially, when we talk so much about data, we cannot run away from the question of privacy, right? and that's something that's been on top of a lot of people's minds. So it addresses to Siddharth, considering programmatic as a platform has always been about transparency, it's been about consolidation, it's been about having more control on your campaigns. With all the conversation around privacy coming in, with restrictions coming in about how data gets captured, so on and so forth, has it really affected programmatic advertising in a large way? And will it going forward? How do you
Yeah.
see this?
Yeah, Gautam. So I think just to take a step back on this, because this is a very interesting and fundamental question which you asked, and thanks a lot for that. So uh, let's look at the evolution of digital marketing and digital in India, right? So it started with Google, Facebook, and then there are e-commerce platforms like Amazon, Flipkart. They are growing now. So we are going through a journey in India, right? And what we also see in this decade is that probably TV is going to change. TV, traditional TV is going to morph into OTT and connected TV and so on, right? It's the digitalization of TV which will happen. And of course, as we go more and more into this decade, we will see that all the news is being consumed on digital, and so it's basically a lot more other channels coming in. Connected TV, I spoke about digital out of home. 5G can bring in a lot of other form factors as well, and get you in a very advanced way in terms of where you want to target the consumers. So in this, definitely data privacy is an important factor, and consumer privacy is something which is very, very critical. And what we see as a trend which is emerging because of this is that there are a lot of form factors coming in. There are a lot of new channels coming in. The biggest need of the hour is that how do you bring it all together? And within that, you have walled gardens and you have open internet systems. But ultimately, you need a place where everything is coming together. And programmatic is probably one of the first good step which clients can take. The brands can take to look at the all the different channels, like you have display, you have video, you have OTT, you have connected TV, digital out of home, other form factors which will be coming in. All these things, how you can have it together, have measurement in a single panel, so that if you are, for example, doing a campaign where you want to maximize your reach in a particular TG, you would want to do that in a single screen, and you would also still be able to manage an ideal frequency. If I want to have an ideal frequency of 8, I should be able to do that and manage it, right, and maximize my reach on all these form factors. So that is where programmatic comes into place. And what we are seeing is that is one of the big reason why programmatic is growing very rapidly, because it also creates a lot of financial saving. You are able to have all these channels together, and you are able to optimize across all these channels together. So that creates a huge amount of financial saving. Then the other innovation which programmatic brings in is you can also overlay data on top of it, right? So you can have, as Ajay was also saying, first party data, third party data, second party data, which is coming from campaign. And you can make your campaign very data rich, and you can first look at what is the right cohort, and then from there actually activate the right cohort for yourself. And that's where the question of data privacy comes in. And so, for example, at MIQ, we have 700 million consumers data in India. We have a extensive data lake. Globally, we have 500 plus data partnerships, all data coming into a single data lake. And then what we are doing there is every new data partnership we have, we connect the data at a primary key, which is cookie ID and a device ID level, right? And of course, cookie is going to go away. Device ID is going to remain for some time. But definitely one is cookie, because cookie is going to go away. We are also collecting a lot of contextual signals and stitching this data together, so that the at a cohort level we are still having signals, both online and offline signals, and it is a non-personally identifiable information which is completely GDPR compliant. So that way we are completely taking care of the privacy, but at the same time we are able to leverage the good parts of programmatic and data, and help the brands with the insights as well as very strong data driven marketing which you can leverage. And what I also feel is that cookieless paradigm is a good thing. It is coming in and it is going to keep growing, and that's where you would want to look at your authenticated data, which is basically the data which is the consumer data which you are getting, because when consumers are coming onto your website or app, they are logging in, and obviously on purpose they are with consent they are giving you the information, and accordingly you can use that information to target these consumers, but obviously in a smart way, in a privacy compliant way still, right? Because even if they have given the permission, it doesn't mean that you are going to take advantage of that. So that's very, very important. And then the emergence of the anonymous data, where I was talking about contextual signals and a lot of other signals which are there, where you are able to leverage that data at a cohort level and still maintain the efficacy of the advertising, but also managing the data privacy in a very, very good way.
Got it. Thanks so much for that. Uh, just actually, it's a very interesting point you brought out, right? About how you're actually looking at cross-screen planning. So I'd want to get a perspective of a brand marketer. So Kirtiman, within Reckitt, do you think there you have mobile marketing, you have TV, you have digital overall, but we'll still call it mobile because today we are in this forum. Is there a challenge in driving cross-screen planning? I mean, there are multiple conversations, and I've been a part of so many conversations where there is a team that says that TV is a big screen, mobile is a very small screen, versus another audience which says that but mobile is more personalized. TV, you don't know whether the person is actually seeing or not. How do you address these challenges? Is cross-screen planning here to stay? Uh, and how do you actually create a single data point to track both?
So it's certainly here to stay, like you said. See, even if there are multiple screens, it's the same consumer. It's a single consumer. So rather than looking at mobile or TV in silos, it's very important to have some sort of a screen neutral planning there. And obviously, that's an ideal scenario to have. We are still very nascent when it comes to steel neutral planning, and we, as a group, would like to evolve a lot where there are other markets globally where you could plan TV and your mobile campaigns together through programmatic. So we're still nascent there, India as a market, but we would want to move into that direction. But one thing that we can do is, rather than looking at TV and mobile as different platforms in silos, it'll be very necessary to understand that we need to look at it more from a business objective sense rather than going to a platform. So we need to look at the funnel, where we need to say we've got an objective for awareness or consideration, and according to that we need to overlay our platform or platforms so that we can achieve our business results. So if and for example, you get that query a lot in digital, just because you have data, you get exploited a lot there. But vis-a-vis in TV, you don't get data and still the requirement suffices. So it's very important to look at each platform at the business objective level. So for example, if you're planning an awareness campaign on both TV and digital, it's very important to look at the awareness brand metrics only, and rather than looking at conversion which a mobile video or an OTT could provide. So it's very important to look at each platform and each campaign towards the business objective it's solving. So if you're going for a awareness campaign, look at your reach metrics, look at your brand metrics, your uplift, look at your BLSs. If you're going for a consultation, you should have your KPIs set, your expectations set behind each platform, and then look at the results. And then otherwise, you'll just keep harping around objectives which won't make sense.
Okay, thanks for that. I'd actually just want to understand one thing. If we look at each platform, and this is a challenge that we face, right? And as you rightly pointed out, I mean, the measurability of digital is sometimes what actually restricts the usage of digital, because people always want results, right? But for example, on TV, there are certain parameters that have been set. I mean, you say that if you don't do 100, 150, 120 GRPs per week, don't activate a TV plan, and so on and so forth. On digital, Google and Facebook have been trying for the longest time to say that you need to do, I don't know, 50% reach at an average frequency of 5 a month to be this one. But nothing's really, I mean, while there is an attempt, is it possible to really compare the two mediums? I mean, that's my question. If you look at each medium in silos, well, it's good to have different parameters. Comparing the two mediums, what would the right parameter be? I'm assuming it will probably be reach, right? But how do you scale one medium over another, and how do you take calls if you do not operate them together?
So,
And anyone, yeah, go on, please.
so it's important to look at the advantages of each medium. So if the expectation is to go to a wider audience where you can carpet bomb a lot of people for a lot of great impact, you could look at a TV. But let's say if you want certain micro cohorts you would want to target with personalized communication, you would move towards more of a digital format. Or you would want to target only a set of consumers that are from, let's say, an HNI group or from a certain section. You'll have to look at the platform as per the business objective that you have. So you'll have to look at the strengths of each platform and create an amalgamation when it comes to planning.
Ah, that makes sense. Thank you so much. And Siddharth, considering you are doing the cross-screen planning, which are the categories that have really picked up cross-screen planning? I mean, Google obviously has been trying to create its own reach planner between TV and YouTube data. Every agency has its own cross-screen planning tool. Bark has been trying to do this for the longest time with Acom, right? So, but which are the industries that are catching up here?
So actually, all the industries, right? So all the industries which are, it can be tech, it can be FMCG, it can be consumer durables, it can be, even BFSI as well. And basically, the innovation which we have brought in here, and this is something where it's about data, right? So basically, the richer data you have for the market, what you would want to do is you would want to basically understand the consumer profiles first. Who are the different cohorts which you have, and so that's what we do. We create a very deep profile of the consumers for a particular brand, and they can be online signals, offline signals, and also we have the signals for their media behavior, right? Meaning online behavior as well as offline TV watching behavior as well, right? So kind of connect the consumer profile with their media behavior as well, and then kind of create the planning structure where you're saying that, okay, these are your most important consumers, and if you're looking at doing an online video campaign, for example, in a single panel, you want to do OTTs, YouTube, connected TV, and possibly digital out of home as well, then the planning will tell us that, okay, these are the right OTTs for you, right? If it is IPL time, it doesn't mean that everyone is watching only IPL, right? So who is your particular consumer, and where are they in the OTTs, and which are the right channels on YouTube also, and what are the locations for digital out of home where these consumers are present. And that's how then you plan it, so that your first step when you start the campaign itself is very well informed. And then once you start the campaign, then obviously as you get more data, you can refine it further. But the planning process becomes very important, and that's where then you're able to bring in a lot of inefficiencies to be eliminated even before you start the campaign.
Perfect. Thanks. And a lot of, and I'm assuming, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of what you're doing between cross-screen planning is on the back of probabilistic data, right?
No, so it's a lot basis the device ID data which we have, because as Kritiman was also talking about, that 80% of the ad delivery or the consumption of internet is on mobile in India, right? And also what device ID helps us with is the location data as well, because you carry the device with you all the time, and that's why the device is intelligent to tell about your location as well. And then of course it is all non-personally identifiable information, but then with the screen, mobile screen, which you are spending the most time with, and also with the location data as a combination, that creates that synergy which I was talking about as an example between online video and digital out of home. And then of course now depending on the platform, depending on the DSP, you can also have the synergy between connected TV, online video, and digital out of home as well.
Okay. Okay. Thanks so much for that. Speaking of data and non-personally identifiable data, Ajay, what sort of role does data play for Timex? I mean, you mentioned initially, in short, that you use data, you build cohorts, and so on and so forth. So I really want to understand what sort of, let's dig a little deeper into this, understand what role data is playing, and what role do you see DMPs and CDVs playing in this journey?
Right. In my view, I think data is, I would say, in our digital marketing strategy, data would be the most important piece of all the various digital marketing activities which we plan. Like, for example, first party data, which is actually a kind of gold mine for the marketeers, to use it in a way to really flourish. I mean, not only flourish, but also to understand your consumers and plan strategies, trends, and all. Like Siddharth also mentioned, in a post cookie era where this data would not be freely available, the cost of digital marketing, cost of acquisition will go up, and marketeers who would have this first party data will have the benefit. So from Timex perspective, we know that consumers who buy watches generally try to do a repeat purchase on certain occasions, be it wedding or be it birthdays or other festivals. So I mean, we like to retain our customers and make sure that not only they but their family members also stick to the brand, and we use that data in a way that we are able to create that personalized experience for them and stay connected with our consumers. So I would say, all in all, data is absolutely critical. I think mobile phone is one device. I think is the device where the first time product discovery happens. Consumers searching for the product, or maybe experiencing your products, be it through apps or app downloads for smartwatches. I think mobile phone is the first way of connecting with the brand and product discovery and all. So using mobile phone as a medium, creative wise and all, even the brief to the creative agency starts with the mobile first approach. So on and all, data is absolutely important to create that kind of experience and to leverage from that data, especially in today's time where digital marketing is absolutely critical. So I would say data for us is absolutely important. Yeah.
Perfect. Prajulita, just we've spoken a lot about data, right? You also mentioned initially that you leverage influencers in the tech space. Uh, it's I mean, I know there's a lot of attempt to get data about influencers, where which market are they from, what are they interested in, and so on and so forth. But we also know that there are so many influencers who are fashion influencers today, tech influencers tomorrow, and something else the day after. And they're also probably promoting a Samsung today, they're promoting an Apple tomorrow, and so on and so forth. So, how exactly do you actually create a data led strategy when there is very little data available?
Right.
I'm especially talking about influencer marketing, actually.
Yeah. Very correctly put, actually, Kaushal. It's not as clear cut in the influencer space because it's still evolving. And in the tech space, right, influencer marketing, like key influencers can really make or break a product. In a certain sense, because top influence, and it makes sense, right? Smartphones, tablets, laptops are highly considered purchases, and top influencers would experience the product, use it, test it, and then give a verdict. And they have massive following base, and based on their verdict, their followers would sort of have a certain affinity towards the product or not. So some of the things that you talked about, right? It doesn't make sense. So it's very important when you're adopting influencer marketing strategy. It's very important to consider the influencers that you're onboarding. Do they, for a particular campaign, do their audience space resonate with what you're trying to sell? It doesn't make sense to ask a fashion blogger to promote a gaming laptop, for example, obviously. And there are a few other such checks that you should do. For example, how often does an influencer produce content? So there are a few qualitative and quantitative checks that you must do to ensure that your influencer marketing program actually works. So how often does he publish content? How often do his followers engage with his content? How often does the influencer interact with the content? These are some basic qualitative checks. There are, of course, the standard quantitative numbers that you check, that what is his total subscriber base, where is he most active, when he does a branded content, what is the typical engagement you get, all of those. But yeah, I think broadly it's about making sure that you sort of you analyze the audience base and choose the right influencers for the right programs. That's very important in the influencer space. And as it evolves, I think we'll have better metrics in place to track efficacy. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Just before wrapping, just one last question. Juhi, with all the data that's there for us, how do you put it together and make sense of the data? We're actually short on time. So if we can just get through this very quickly.
Yeah. So I think it's a very relevant question, and one quote which I keep hearing is that data everywhere, not a drop to think. But most of the organizations are actually struggling with the same thing, because gone are those days when Tom was an indicator that your marketing has delivered effectively, and especially when you look at digital space. So at Marico, we have developed a custom framework which we call Digital Quotient, wherein we look at 90 plus matrix, and we attach a weightage to the matrix which are most highly correlated with business. And then we look at about 130 plus brands, wherein 20 are Marico brands, etc. And we do a sum product. So you get an index score out of it with the weightage as well as the performance of each of the brand. Looking at this whole framework, then each of the brand knows that how good or how bad am I, and at each of the matrix, how should I improve. So I think that's the way we have done it at strategic level. And of course that there are weekly, monthly, daily dashboards available to track these metrics. So I would say Digital Quotient has really helped us to focus.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Before we sign off, a quick show of hands. I have two questions. With all that, this one about data privacy, how many of us here, hands on our heart, don't mind sharing the data with the world so that we can get personalized communication? Quick show of hands. Okay, fantastic. So that's two. And secondly, how many of us, and there is a saying, right? If you torture data hard enough, it will tell you what you want to hear. So do you really trust the data that you get today, or how many really trust the data that we're getting today? Fantastic. Thank you so much. And just one word from each of you. What do you think is a trend that will come up in the future for mobile marketing? One future trend, just one word. Juhi?
Yeah, I think owning your own data is the most important, and data is the oil. So I think that's
data is the oil. Perfect. Yes. Ketima?
Yeah, you rightly said, owning data, and then having a platform that can tell you how to leverage that data in the right way that you can target the right consumer is extremely
perfect. So platform, perfect. Thank you, Siddharth.
Yeah, I think it's related to first-party data, right? Mobile,
first party
gives a lot of behavioral data, and consumers are kind of you can basically target without infringing on their privacy in the right way.
So perfect. So first party data. Ajay, one word.
Besides data, I think content creativity and the experience using technology will be absolutely interesting to watch out for. And I expect that technology will play a very crucial role enhancing customer experience through creative content. I think video and still images are there, but still I think there are a lot of scope. Yeah.
So
That's the
futuristic.
trend I see. Yeah.
Perfect. And Prajwalita?
Taking a little bit from Ajay, like as there's proliferation of more mobile-first formats, vertically oriented videos, stories, etc., figuring out the right metrics to measure impact as you run campaigns on the newer formats.
Perfect. Thank you so much. We are out of time. You've been a fantastic panel. It
Thank you,
was
Kaushal.
really
Thank you, everyone.
entertaining.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you all for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, allow me to introduce our next session, a fireside chat on improving your mobile app experiences by putting the customers at the heart of the product. Excited to have Mr. Vipul Chawla, President, Pizza Hut International, Yum Brands, and Mr. Naval Ahuja, co-founder, Exchange for Media, for this. Mr. Chawla has 28 years of experience leading Fortune 500 companies throughout the world. His last 15 years have spanned global roles based out of UK, Singapore, USA, covering packaged consumer goods and global brands, which are market leaders in their categories across personal care, home care and food, and restaurant retail. Mr. Chawla, we're thrilled to have you here. And Mr. Ahuja, the floor is all yours. Over to you, gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Pallavi. Thank you, Mr. Chawla, for joining us. It's good to see you. I remember last year or the year before, it was 2019, you were at our mobile marketing event where we met a lot of your, alumni, if I can call it, from Hindustan Unilever. It's good to see you, and I hope the pandemic is behind us very soon and we are able to again meet in person. With that, let me come to the sort of discussion at hand today. Before I get into mobile and how the mobile ecosystem has significantly impacted what brands are doing today, let me ask you a few questions, larger questions about what's happening in the business space, how companies like yours have adapted to the pandemic, what's happened in the last few years. You are in an industry, last 10 years you've been part of this company and this industry. You are in an industry which in some ways has seen a significant business uptick because of the pandemic, right? And technology today has changed or impacted, touched businesses at so-called multiple points. Food tech, as we call it, is a term which was coined much before the pandemic. Food was one of the businesses which technology started impacted much before the pandemic, but obviously things have really taken off during the pandemic. Tell us a few things, few interesting things that have happened in the last 18 months with Pizza Hut, with Yum Brands, because of the pandemic and also because of the continuing change that technology was ushering in.
So first of all, good morning, good evening. Naval, it's wonderful to see you again. I wish we were doing this in person. I had so much fun the last time I was there, meeting you and Dr. Batra and so many good friends. So thank you for having me. I was listening in a few minutes ago, and before I start, I'm just continuously struck by the quality of talent and the level of innovation going on in my home country, where the heart still is. So just congratulations to everybody who's on this call for the tremendous progress that the country is making, and of course, well wishes to all of you for safety and good health. It's been a very challenging last 12, 18 months in India. Many of us have experienced it personally, but just prayers and wishes for good health. Specifically to your question, yes, I think the pandemic has, in many ways, we think, obviously been had devastating for so many of us, including our frontline staff, but has also validated many trends that we already saw coming. One of which, of course, was the use of digital in the way in which customers interact with our brands. And a simple example I can talk about is, the division I work on, which is Pizza Hut. In January of last year, Pizza Hut International had about 20% of its total business online, right? And you imagine that you have half your business globally, which is dine-in restaurants, and half, which is, let's say, delivery and carry out. But so it was, a fifth of it was online. As of last month, 55% of our total business is online. And so, we have seen a tremendous shift, and this is a global shift. There are countries in the world like the UK and Japan, where 80% of our business is online. Singapore is 70%, China is 65-70%, Australia is 75%. So that is a very significant shift, and therefore you start thinking of your brand in the way in which it interacts with your customers as a digital first brand. And imagine just 18-24 months ago, we would still be thinking of it as a restaurant brand where people come in and you seat them and so on and so forth. And now imagine using that framework and trying to apply it to the digital ecosystem requires quite a shift. And I will talk briefly in a couple of minutes on how and why that happened. But we've seen that seismic shift in the last so many months. But before I talk about that, I want to talk about people and culture. I think the reason why we were able to emerge stronger, and that's the theme we use, was that we start with our people. We look after our people, they look after our customers, the business takes care of itself. It's really as simple as that. And therefore, making sure that we had safe and hygienic practices in our assets across the world, where we were masked well before anyone asked us to. We were doing temperature checks. In fact, in countries like China, we were actually putting the temperature of the team that has prepared the product on the invoice so that the customer could see that, look, people are safe. So we did a number of things. And the thing is that the customer experience will never exceed that of a team member. So if the team member is operating in a safe and a hygienic environment and feels that you can be trusted, the customer will believe that the brand is trusted. It's not surprising that in countries like India, the Pizza Hut brand is number one on trust. Years and years on a trot, 10 years on a trot, and become even stronger in the last 12 to 18 months, despite the pandemic. So there are a bunch of things that have happened, obviously in the digital ecosystem, but it starts with people and culture, and that's how we believe we've been able to pivot in the last 18 months, and we think we're actually emerging stronger as a brand. I don't know if that answered your question, and if you want to dig a little deeper on any of the areas.
It's I mean, it's amazing how some of the companies, like you mentioned, 20 months back, you were looking at yourself. A lot of management energy would be spent on, focusing on how to improve the dining experience, and suddenly here you are not even looking at dining. Dine-in will of course come back, but that's kind of taken a back seat because of the pandemic. Tell us, Vipul, you've been leading, you've been part of this company for a while, and you've been leading Pizza Hut now, first in APAC and now across many countries in the world. As a leader, as a CEO, what is the key change in how the pandemic has changed the role of a leader and a CEO? And the pandemic has also impacted, after all, CEOs are also humans, and it also impacts you at a personal level, your colleagues, your family members, your friends, extended family. But if you look at what's happened to the corner office, how do you see the role of the corner office changing as we come out of this pandemic?
That's a great question. First of all, just the physical corner office became the home office. For example, I'm taking this call from my home office. So, and that is while it may sound like a light-hearted comment, but the sheer act of, every morning getting up and driving to work or taking a flight, prior to the pandemic, I was traveling 170 days a year. It was just natural for me to rock up at the airport and head out to a country and come back a week later. That just stopped. So I think just the way in which we worked has changed quite significantly. And I think some of these changes are lasting. Now, some obviously will come back, travel will restart at some time, offices are restarting, hybrid ways of working. But the first thing that I think it taught us, all of us as leaders, now you do a huge leadership role, so many on the call are doing huge roles, is just the sheer level of flexibility in the way in which we look at conventional models of working. And therefore, the future of work, the hybrid model of working is something which we may have even debated a few years ago, but we're now taking that as a given. And one of the things I'd like to put to you is that even when we return back to 100% normalcy, which may be, you can take a guess, 6 months, a year, 2 years away, whatever it might be, changes like the hybrid way of working are probably now permanent. I think there's no longer an expectation that everybody's going to come to office 5 days a week. I think that has just changed. And therefore, the concept of hybrid working and remote working, I think, is upon us. Now, Am I saying we are all going to shut up physical offices? No, we're not. Companies like Twitter have already announced that they will, but that's different. So I think that level of empathy and understanding that we can work in a somewhat different tone and manner is very clear, and that's upon us. And I think that's something all of us as leaders have learned. I'm sure you've looked at it. We've looked at it. We'd also assume that we need to be physically in the same space for us to collaborate, right? And therefore, offices were built as collaboration spaces. And we're now realizing that that can be done remotely. And frankly, what it allows you to do is to collaborate remotely with a lot more different cultures, which is very powerful if you can work through the time zones. And I think there's a virtue in that. And the benefit of that is it can be more inclusive. I'll give you a simple example. We hold an annual marketing conference in Dallas once a year where about 400 people, 300 people fly in from across the world, spend a week talking about their marketing plans and what they're learning. That's the usual way. We've done it for 25 years. That's the only way. It's called the MPM, the Marketing Planning Meeting. Obviously, we could fly people around last year. So the first time we did it online, we did a forum like this where 1,500 people dialed in. Firstly, we were surprised that 1,500 people actually dialed into a 4-day meeting, right? Which is, now obviously we had to change the timings. We had to all get up in Dallas at like 4 in the morning and do it from 5 to 11 because then the rest of the world could participate. So some of us had to just change our clock a little bit, but fine, that works. But the benefit of that was it became a far more federal meeting, meaning in the past you had 400 really senior executives who could fly to Dallas and spend a week and spend, $25,000 each traveling up and down in hotels and flights. Now you could have 1,500 people dialing in from all over the world. And when I did a back check with my colleagues across the world, there's so many young executives who said, we would have had to grow to a much more senior level in the organization for us to be able to participate in meetings like this. Now we can, sitting out in outer Mongolia and Ulaanbaatar or in Auckland or in Singapore or Mumbai and Delhi or whatever it is, participate in this meeting in the same level that anybody else does, which I think is, I want to use that as one simple example of one of the benefits of how COVID and unfortunately all its circumstances have given us the mind space to think far more liberally in the way in which we approach work and in the way in which we approach interaction. Look at this meeting. I would have loved to fly to Mumbai for this or Delhi or wherever you were going to do it. But here we are again. We can debate how effective this is, and we'll find out. But it certainly is not stopping us from having the interaction. We would have never thought about it or doing it like this 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah, I think the hybrid model is also for good or bad here to stay. And dare I say, I think on balance, it will be good overall for companies, for people to interact with each other. And a very important point you made, how technology, how this hybrid system makes things very democratic, allows opportunity for participation, and hence allows opportunity for more learning, hence allows participation, opportunity for, getting into the thick of things. So, a democratic ecosystem in an organization on the balance is, good. Let me come to, some of the interesting things that we've seen during the pandemic and how the nature of the business has changed. And again, Yum Pizza Hut is a great example of a brand which was focused on, dining experiences, now adapting itself entirely to technology. In India, I was reading some reports. It said you doubled your sales in the quarter before the last, and I presume, I could not find specific numbers. I presume a large part of those sales came from online deliveries because restaurants were shut. There were curfews in large parts of the country at that time. This is the April-June quarter we are talking. Brands that have been built over decades with very clear, specific purpose in mind. And you've been a marketer all your life. You worked on defining purpose for brands. What happens to those that purpose that you so laboriously work to craft in the customer's mind all these years, and suddenly pandemic happens, the ground beneath your feet suddenly shifts? What happens to the purpose of the brand? Where does that go away?
That's great. What a great question that is. And again, many of us have been forced to reflect on this again in the way we look at our business models. You're in the same space, but let me talk briefly about how we looked at it in Pizza Hut and the journey we're on. And the journey is by no means complete, so we're in the middle of that journey, and we'll see how it goes. But What are we doing at Pizza Hut? We're saying we love pizza and we want to share it with the world. So everything we do for the love of pizza. We want to make great pizzas. We want to have great experiences. We want to make sure we have great local tastes and adaptations. We want to give it to you on time. And we want to make that evening or that afternoon or that interaction really special. Whether you do it at a restaurant, in our stores, or whether we do it delivered to your home or wherever you are. Okay, so everything that we do for the love of pizza. So you'll see that in our restaurant designs. You'll see that on our pizza boxes. We love pizza and want to share it with the world, right? One of the things that we had to change was that the perception of the brand was that we are a restaurant. So if you want to access Pizza Hut, you have to go to a restaurant. You have to go there with your family or your kids, or for that first date, or for after that, good exam result or whatever it is. And you go there and you get ushered to your seat and you get served, a great experience of, food and all the other stuff. But we realized that more and more customers were experiencing our product off-premise. And therefore, we started this campaign a couple of years ago around Now That's Delivering, which is to say that we deliver pizza to you wherever you may be. And we started that campaign in the UK 3 or 4 years ago, and we're rolling it out across the world. Obviously enabled with the digital ecosystem, which has made the digital side of our business so huge. But specifically talking about purpose, we also asked ourselves that, is there a purpose we can associate with our brand, which is just a little bigger than pizzas and food? And some of the events that happened in the US last year, around inequality, which came to a head, like with the Floyd incident and so on. And we were seeing that inequality in some ways became a far more heightened issue during the last 18 to 24 months because some people had access and some people did not. So we asked ourselves, what could a purpose for Pizza Hut be? And we came back with the idea that at Pizza Hut, we will serve an equal slice to everyone. So the simplest articulation of our purpose is that we will serve an equal slice to everyone. So when you cut a pizza, everybody gets an equal slice, regardless of how senior you are, how much money you make, how big you are, everybody can get an equal slice. You may have two of them, but everybody can get an equal slice. But the articulation and expression of that is, for example, in the UK, we are now giving access to underprivileged franchisees of color and giving them resources to enter our brand and become franchise partners through the Hatch partnership. We're doing the same in Canada for underrepresented minorities, Blacks, Hispanics, and others, and for people of color. In Sri Lanka, which is an example I'm really excited about, our brilliant team there has opened a number of stores where the entire team member is differently able. So they are speech and hearing impaired. So imagine you walk into a store where every team member is speech and hearing impaired, and you're getting service there, you're getting full service. Now, interestingly, in Sri Lanka, those stores are the stores with the best operating metrics in the country. We have now similar stores in Delhi. So an equal slice for everyone is now spreading itself across many parts of the world because we are giving people of different capabilities, different financial access, different physical access to our brand so that they can help support that brand and growth. And every time we open a store, we give employment to 30, 40 people. So on an average, we open 500-600 stores a year. So we give employment to 30,000 people additional every year over and above the 250,000 that we have already. So we're doing a bunch of things around, we love pizza, I want to share it with the world, and an equal slice for everyone. And that's how we're building our purpose as we go forward.
Brilliant. I mean, that's a fantastic example. I saw your latest campaign in India talks about, delivery dil khol ke. If I've got it right, it's about sharing love, happiness with everybody, and Pizza Hut being at the forefront of, sharing food and sharing it in an open-hearted manner. And that's a fantastic positioning for a campaign. Let me talk about a larger question and ask you, as the CEO of a large corporation. Things in the boardroom move at a very fast pace. CEOs and shareholders, board members focus a lot on quarterly results. So how do you keep your eye on that purpose? Because when you have to deliver results every 3 months and focus a lot on tactical stuff, what happens to that purpose that you built assiduously over years? How do you find the balance? If there is a CMO in your company, what would you tell that young CMO how to find that balance? Because board members, shareholders are an impatient lot everywhere. The marketer's role, what he's been taught in business school, is to build a brand over many years. How does a young marketer today find that balance? Because there is humongous amounts of cacophony around you. You have social media. We've seen so many examples in the recent past where a campaign that has been worked upon by the agency and the brand team for months is suddenly pulled out because of backfire on social media. What does a young CMO do in such an environment?
It's a great question. I started my career in marketing and I wonder if I could do it again because things have changed so much. And I often look at our young marketers, including Neha in India, who's doing such a brilliant job in Pizza Hut. And I just applaud the speed and agility with which they handle multiple tasks. But going back to, I think you had several sort of facets to your question. The one facet was, how do you balance the short term with the long term? Quarterly results versus building the brand. And we have a simple marketing protocol which many of us travel around the world and teach, which is called SOBO, which is sales overnight and brand over time. One of the things we teach all our new marketeers is that we have to do both. We have to get sales overnight because we are, after all, in the food business. If someone orders a pizza, you got to get that pizza to that person in 30 or 40 minutes. Otherwise, they're going to go off and eat something else, or they're going to be hungry, which is even worse. So sales overnight and brand over time, and you have to do both. Now, the sales overnight typically happens through appropriate access through strong operating metrics. And making sure that if a customer engages with the brand, then we are able to service that request, in real time. So if you take the entire process of take, make, bake, cut, pack, it should happen in like 40 minutes in the store, and by the time we promise the customer, we should get the pizza out in 30-35 minutes, or whatever the promise was. That's sales overnight. A lot of it is based on operating metrics. Brand over time, on the other hand, is built on purpose. The purpose that I talked about, everything that we do for the love of pizza, so which means great taste, means great innovation, appropriate localization, and so on and so forth. Specifically, however, and I will say this without hesitation, when it comes to so-called balancing short-term financial results, we're not confused at all. We start with our people. We look after our people. They look after our customers. The business takes care of itself. It's as simple as that. And frankly, then the short term rolls into the long term. If you do that quarter after quarter, frankly, one quarter ends and another quarter begins, and you will keep growing the business as strongly and as you can. Because we remember this: one quarter gets over, another quarter starts. Right? So there is just one continuum that's happening all the time. So keep doing the right things. But from a framework standpoint, we teach SOBO, which is sales overnight and brand over time. And we believe that helps our marketers stay appropriately focused on the near term and the long term, because you can't build a brand over time unless you're getting sold sales overnight. Equally, if you do silly tactical things for sales overnight, you will not build the brand over time. So you got to do both.
Fantastic. Yes. Keep an eye on the long term, but work short term, and the other way around. Both is true. Let me come to the topic at hand today. We are discussing how mobile as a device has helped change consumer reach out, has helped change reorganize companies, help companies reorganize their business. Tell us, legacy sort of companies, and when I use the term legacy in a very broad manner, companies that are not technology first, companies that are not native to technology, have had to learn technology ground up, right? You were an in-dining experience company, you were a pizza delivery company, and now you are a technology driven food company, or you are headed in that direction. What are the learnings that you had, which have been very challenging for your team? Because the senior management has come from for example, you worked in Hindustan Unilever for many years, right? 20 years before you came to Pizza Hut and Yum Brands. You worked at HUL. HUL, being the leading FMCG company of the country, was not things were not as technology driven back in the day, in the 1980s, 1990s. Today, there is no business that is not unaffected by technology. So when you look at brick and mortar businesses, so to say, and now look at how technology is completely changing that business, what are the things that companies like yours have had to unlearn and then relearn?
That's a great question, and I'll start first with the insight, and then we'll talk specifically around the actions we may have taken. For years, brands, builders, and marketers have told ourselves that we've got to make the experience better. We have to make the product better, right? The better. So you have a product test where you have, if you're launching a soap, it's got a better perfume or more lather. If you're launching a shampoo, you've got that entire feel. And I'm talking about categories that I've run in the Lever, or if a laundry detergent, I ran Surf for some time. It removes more stains. So we remove more stains than anyone else. So we are better than anybody else, and so on and so forth, right? कड़ी सफाई मगर प्यार से दाग ढूंढते रह जाओगे, etc. We've got, and many people on this audience may be too young to remember some of these campaigns I worked on, which frankly, maybe I'm too old. Anyway, so the thing is, most marketers and brand builders thought that better is what takes us forward. What we learned in the last 5 to 10 years was that customers across the world, with the emergence of technology, favor ease over better. And therefore, easy beats better. Let me give you an example. I'll go outside the category and then I'll come back into the category. Today, if I don't know the name of the taxi driver who's coming to pick me up, if I don't know the number of the car plate, if I don't know how far away that person is, I get frustrated, right? Not long ago, I was okay to go down and hail a yellow taxi, a Fiat or whatever it was in Bombay, and that was fine. That was fine too. But today, that's unacceptable as an experience. I need to have it on my app. I need to know the name of the driver. I need to know how far away that person is. I need to know the car plate number, and so on and so forth. I even need to know estimated cost, right? We take this for granted. That's happened because a bunch of technologies collided with each other. And you got Uber and Lyft and Ola and whatever else that's what you have. So the first big thing is that easy now beats better. Customers favor ease over necessarily better and complex. And then if you bring that back into our category, the reason why we had this pivot towards digital and technology was because today our largest store in the world is this. This is 55% of our business, right? This is our biggest store. This is our most democratic store. It's our most federal store. This hopefully should look, feel, and the same, whether it is in Japan.
Owned by you, not franchise.
Exactly. So therefore, this is a very significant change. And if I now talk briefly to the subject at hand, which is, let's say, ordering through mobile devices and apps, this has now become the business that we have. I'm just looking at some of our numbers. Firstly, half our business is online. But of that, in places like Malaysia, 60% is on the app. Canada, 25% is on the app. India, 55% is on the app. This is our fastest growing store in the world. And the reason why that is happening is because it gives customers ease and gives customers access. When our customers download an app, they're already more engaged with your brand than others. And we know that the app conversion rates are 2 to 3 times higher than even our web experience. So even within that space, app, mobile, web, there is very clearly a hierarchy, but that hierarchy is driven by the underlying premise of ease. It is easier to access the brand through this than to opening your computer and logging in and so on and so forth. Today, I do a lot of my banking on this. I haven't gone to a bank branch. I can't remember when I last went to a bank branch. I can't remember last I logged in on my computer. I do all of it here. This has now become normal for me. It's become normal for many of us. And therefore, food is no different. Food is just so part of our lives that unless we make it all of this part of our framework, customers will not enjoy accessing the brand. But the premise is easy to better. That's the big seismic shift that's happened, I think, in brands and marketing in the last 5-10 years.
Yes, and the opportunity to collect first-party data. You don't have a saleswoman filling forms or taking mobile numbers. Now you have a mobile app where all the data is available, and the opportunity of what you can do with that first-party data.
Yeah.
Right? How do you reach out? Like you're saying, the conversions are 2-3 times when it comes to the mobile app. The customers keep coming back, and if I can presume, also doing sampling. I saw you launched this Momo Mia pizza in India. Tell us how it's doing.
It's doing very well. I was in India a month and a half ago, so I had the fortune of tasting this product. It is fantastic. Firstly, momos are just so popular, and then if you put a momo on a pizza, it's just amazing. So it's basically what is called a stuffed crust pizza, but the crust The stuffing outside is basically momos. So it's a fun, snacky kind of product, which also allows you to interact with it. So I believe the first sort of set of launch results are truly spectacular. So if you haven't tried it yet, you should. And if you still,
I'm looking forward to trying it.
let me know, and I will organize a delivery. There are many things I cannot do, but there's some things I can do, and I can certainly organize.
It's only an app away. Thank you, Mr. Chawla. Thank you for an engaging, insightful, and fun conversation. I'm told I can go on with this for another hour, but I'm told there are other speakers waiting, so we'll have to end it here. Thank you so much, and I look forward to meeting you when you're in India next. And I hope the pandemic is behind us very soon, and we can host you at our next event, not in not a very distant future. With that, back to you, Pallavi.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me, and well wishes to all of you. Good health, safety, and I look forward to seeing you again. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for an interesting session and conversation that we all heard. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on. Our next speaker for today is going to be addressing the topic emerging role of mobile and consumer experiences and identity resolution. Kelly Kokonas, EVP, Global Data, Starcom Publicis Group. As Starcom's global lead on data technology and analytics, Kelly works with the agency's client teams to ensure Starcom delivers advanced data-driven strategy at scale. She is responsible for helping Starcom's global clients determine their overreaching data vision, while also collaborating with client teams to create the roadmaps and project plans that will bring that vision to life. Kelly, hi. You're
Hello.
here.
Hello.
Time zone and
reporting. Reporting live from Chicago, so where we also enjoy pizza, including. So thanks to the previous discussion too. That was really great. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Good to see everyone, and looking forward to talking here. I'll share my screen as the process goes, and here we go. Thank you for that nice introduction. The work of my team is really how we use data upstream and in tactical applications. So how we use data in strategy work, identifying audiences for growth and revealing insights about those audiences and finding inspiration for game-changing experiences, including mobile first experiences in commerce as well as in media. And also how we use data in downstream ways, the tactics of how those audiences are handled in optimization and activation and measurement. And increasingly in this new wave of mobile growth and all the innovations in the mobile marketing space, the data that's created through these mobile experiences is increasingly important. So I'll talk a bit today about the role of mobile in data-driven consumer experiences, highlighting some perspective and research from some agency work we've done and some data with partnerships. And so I'll talk a bit about another work stream that's emerging, which is for more and more of our clients very important, and that's around identity resolution and the role of mobile ad IDs or MAIDs as data that's critical to that identity resolution. So as a point of introduction, and we just previously heard how important customers are at the heart of our products. Likewise, it's a good reminder that when we think about data in all of its forms, from ID level to aggregated insights, that data is simply people in disguise. And this keeps me motivated to continue the work with data, because it really is just about people and how we're interacting. And it's people that are talking on social channels. It's and subsequently then it's their devices that are talking to us, their purchases are talking, their media habits are talking, their favorite apps are talking, and even their cars are talking. And through this, so much data is being created. And so we as marketers and agency partners, we are looking at all of these data signals that are given to us. And we have this opportunity now, which is more at the forefront more than ever, to illuminate this incredibly dynamic consumer journey through the data lens. And so for many of my clients and the work we're doing together, it's about having a data strategy to capture the data, capture, enrich, manage, have respect for adherence to consent and privacy. But it's about creating and maintaining a first-party data strategy, whether it's through CRM or loyalty programs, but also through media and mobile-first media experiences. So this is the great opportunity that we face today. The other lens that we can take as marketers in this mobile-first world is that this landscape is truly a platform world, and successful marketers may also want to consider to act like a platform themselves. We know from our familiar platforms that are part of our daily lives, listed here below on the bottom of the chart, some examples. These platforms are data rich. They know us as customers better than anyone. These platforms they benefit from network effects. They're their own personalized ecosystems, and they are direct to consumer. And so in this rapidly evolving platform world, companies can't afford to operate independently. Orgs and their partners, like marketers and agencies, need to work alongside each other to deliver this real transformation, to stay competitive with these other platforms, and lead for category growth. The consumer category and competitor shifts demand a new approach as brands are competing for attention. Retailer frenemies are disrupting different modes of business. There's new D2C models that are challenging how consumers buy the products, as featured in the previous discussion. And we have shared distribution partners who are starting to know more and more about our own customers. So we're in this new era of working together. It's more holistic, it's more integrated, and we have to work together in new and different ways to navigate this platform world. And winning in this platform world gives rise to indeed the importance of data in all of its forms. Here in India, and actually across the globe, I'll say we have about 14 different data intelligence centers within the Publicis group, and one of them located here in India. And in these data intelligence hubs, we have the practice of applying qualitative and quantitative analysis to respond to these real-world marketing challenges as in the platform world. And so I've got a few charts here that are illuminating some insights from this tracker work. It's inclusive of consumer sentiment, attitudes, and search trends, social insight behaviors, media consumption behaviors from a variety of different sources, social listening NetBase, TV viewing data from Bark, website behavior from ComScore or SimilarWeb, and then all various publicly available data sets, especially in recent months, tracking COVID infections and vaccinations, mobility data through Google, and economic government sources. So I wanted to just share and reveal a few highlight data points here. Some may be a surprise, some may be very familiar. But mobile behaviors are certainly dominant in consumer experiences, and the pandemic has shaped new behaviors, no surprise. But I think the stat of 1 billion smartphone users by 2025 in India is really an incredible data point to watch. Monthly usage and new internet users are also on the rise. And the search, whether it's vernacular search or voice search, are certainly also at great rates of increase. With all of this data, we're also looking at keeping track of shoppers, and coming into this festive season, where shoppers are clamoring for different sales for Diwali. The sentiment, we're tracking sentiment, of course, and there's a lot of sentiment around celebration and shopping, and sales are top keywords. And of course, many of our retail clients are capitalizing on these festival offers in order to drive their own sales. And important to us gathered here talking about the mobile growth, I think it's interesting to notice that some of the top conversation themes during this current season are inclusive of conversations around smartphones as one of the top conversations. And those conversations in the aquamarine blue cluster there are around the deals and discounts. So certainly part of our everyday discussions. Looking at this data here from our tracker, these are website visits. And what we notice here is that digital adoption is being driven by some old school industries. We noticed in the previous discussion, there was discussions about the rise in visits to food and drink sites, which is also inclusive here. But the thing I think is interesting is in that lower right corner there around education visits. And The lockdowns have definitely opened up avenues for experimenting with digital forms of education, showing a 181% lift versus the base. And so certainly we are using not only our mobile devices, but other technology that is and adopting those different digital, whether it's the products themselves or whether the behaviors of visiting different websites. Those are certainly something to keep an eye on. Certain websites, this is looking at here, you've got visits to different websites. This is year over year. So 2020 on the bottom, 2021 on the top. And what we notice here is that certain sites like Google and Facebook continue to benefit from people seeking information and socializing on the internet. They just continue to have that strong presence in our everyday lives. And of course, the access to Google and Facebook oftentimes over indexes mobile versus desktop. But we have to beware because, of course, even we as consumers and also as marketers, we need to keep attention to the potential over-reliance on platforms in our daily lives, which was a good example earlier this month when with the Facebook outage, and certainly brought that to life. And many of us were worried about how we could connect in our normal daily lives during this outage. But certainly it will happen again, and we'll need to take note of how we can maintain consumer connectivity, not only through these major platforms, but also make sure we have our own connections to them potentially through our own platforms. So shifting from these highlights from our tracker, I wanted to share, and this is really fresh and hot off the press. There's a new report that I'm excited to share. Actually, it's just dropped today, and there'll be press on Monday globally. It's our Global Media Intelligence Report 2021 that we publish year over year with eMarketer and GWI, primarily GWI data. And the entire collection is an impressive and comprehensive compilation of data on traditional and digital media usage across 43 countries, including India. And it's a really useful report for anyone looking at that market level data and looking for global trends. It's one of my personal projects, and it's a fun time of year when this comes out. Featured here, I've got two charts to share, and of course, I encourage you to check out the full report when it drops on Monday by visiting eMarketer. But the penetration of desktops, laptops, and tablets is actually falling across the globe. But in certain markets, PC ownership is on the slight rise. And so you'll notice on that second line of data here in India, that PC ownership is on the rise. And I can't help but think that potentially the rise of PC and tablet ownership is driven at least in part by some of those education dynamics that we mentioned earlier. Another chart to show from the Global Media Intelligence Report. In many countries, digital video is overtaking broadcast TV, and a good portion of that can be on people's mobile devices. And so India is among the 50% of countries surveyed where 75% of internet users had watched streaming video on demand in the past month. So another important trend to keep an eye on as we think about the branded experiences that we create for people on their mobile devices, either as part of their streaming video experiences or adjacent to. And a bit of a pivot, I want to just touch on the second piece of the second part of the theme in this discussion today, is that in addition to all this data for consumer insights, which of course typically is more at the aggregate level, data at the aggregate level, my teams and the work with clients today are focused on data for personalization, and we do this through partnerships and identity resolution. I think many of us here gathered, realize the ambition for those journey-centric personalizations and all the stages leading up to that in understanding people through the data profiles. And within Publicis Group and Publicis Media, all of our data partners are prioritized against our group data strategy. So we're looking to create accurate and scaled identity data. We and then create a deep understanding and measurement framework via enrichment, and have quick and high fidelity connectivity with those consumers that we come to know. And And so I wanted to share this as an offer as we think about the role of mobile in data collection. We know that each market has its own place in the data maturity continuum. And of course, within Publicis Group and our Epsilon colleagues, of course, in markets like the US, France, and UK, where we have very advanced core IDs to understand people with a high fidelity of data. I'm working with clients across market lists that can be upwards of 90 different markets. And so what we need to understand is what data is available to create identity level data about our consumers. And so we look at digital device penetration. We, of course, keep tabs on privacy regulation and then marketing spend. And we're looking to work with partners that lead in the local markets against whatever the local market conditions may be. So we really do recognize the role of MAIDs and mobile ad IDs as really important consumer data signals in the consumer journey. And we're working with key partners like ZeoTap, for example, here in India, to help make those connections and to build that ID level understanding of our consumers in partnership with our clients. So I want to say thank you for your attention. I look forward to your questions here or via email and follow up. And good luck with the rest of the conference today.
Hi, Kelly.
Hi.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hi, it was really enriching, extremely lovely, and I'm sure the audience has enjoyed it thoroughly. Thank you so much for making the time. I know you're overseas and it must have been difficult to do this, but you've done it, and we are so, so, so grateful for you being here.
Great. Thank you so much. Take care.
Take care, be safe, and we'll definitely hope to see you soon some point in India at an on-ground event. Up until then,
Take
thank
care.
you again. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, like we always say, our shows are nothing without our partners, our presenting partner InMobi, driving real connections. Can we have the AV, please?
Technology has always shaped how we communicate with one another. The wheel, the printing press, the Pony Express, the telegraph, the telephone, the computer, and mobile devices. Technology changes, yet one truth remains. We want our communications and interactions to be meaningful and have relevance. Today, however, driving real connections are easier said than done. But we help brands do that, to drive real connections. With our platform technology and exclusive mobile data, InMobi helps you understand, identify, engage, and acquire your customers. InMobi, driving real connections.
Thank you for that. Last but not the least, we're going to end our day with a keynote session on Our Digital Future by Andy Hood, VP Emerging Technologies, WPP. Andy founded the Creative Research and Development team at AKQA, which operates where creative, UX, technology, and strategy meet. And he continued to lead them and lead the team until moving up to WPP this year. In over 20 years at AKQA, he worked with a huge range of clients, including Nike, Xbox, Ferrari, H&M, Barclays, and many others on many award-winning projects. Mr. Hood, hi, I hope you're well.
Hi there. Thanks very much. I am indeed, and thanks very much for inviting me to host this session. Let's do the screen sharing thing.
Sure, the floor is yours, sir.
Right. Hopefully, we can all see this. So, hey everybody, and again, thanks for inviting me to host this session. It looks like it's been a brilliant event for everybody. I'm sure it has. So, I am Vice President of Emerging Technologies at WPP. And in that role, to be honest, the technology itself, the workings and engineering of it is much less interesting to me than the possibilities and the impact that it has, the problems it solves, and the behavior that it changes and creates. Now, change can be unnerving, and some emerging technologies can make people quite anxious. I'm actually very positive about the possibilities that emerging technologies present. And I couldn't do this role if I wasn't. And I'm very fortunate to be working in a big company who prioritize that and who prioritize the collaboration between big companies who have enormous amounts of really deep knowledge in wildly different areas. And that's never more true of how it is actually in India, where collaboration, even recently, between such entities as Ogilvy and Wavemaker and Group M serve to make the whole of WPP much greater than the sum of its parts. Now, with all that in mind, what I want to talk about briefly today are two major themes which are quite nascent right now, but will play an ever increasing role in our digital future. And they are, one is digital humans, and the other is the metaverse. And I'm pretty sure that you'll have read and heard and seen an enormous amount about both of these things. They're huge, huge subjects right now. So this is a digital human, and a digital human, for our purposes, is an animated avatar that you actually have a conversation with. And she can talk to you in a relatable, authentic human voice. She can see you through the camera. And therefore, with facial gestures, respond emotionally to you. She can understand and speak any language. She could be anybody. For example, this guy. And he can be always on, everywhere, 24 hours a day, 365 days of the year, which is a really powerful new thing. Now, this may seem to be very high-tech, almost sci-fi. You see these things in films. But actually, everything I'm talking about today is entirely device agnostic. There's no tech barrier and certainly no behavioral barrier preventing people from interacting with these things. This report by Group M and E4M that talked about the fact that 99% of people are using their phone to access the internet, that's actually resulted in an increase in voice search of 270% in the region, and a rise in Hindi voice search of 400%. So clearly this behavior of using your voice to speak to your devices and interact with their services is something which is exploding and only going to get bigger and bigger. So that's the how. But the first thing many people think of when they're imagining having conversations with digital humans is, won't that be strange? Won't that be awkward? Why would you do it? But actually, the interesting thing is that it's been shown that there are conversations that people will have where they will be far more honest and open with a digital human than they will be with a real one, particularly in more sensitive subjects of health, finance, etc. And the awkwardness wears off very, very quickly. If you remember the first time you used voice with your phone and how strange that felt, but how quickly you move past those barriers. And there are some examples of digital humans playing a role already in interesting areas. This is Ella, and Ella is part of the New Zealand police force assisting the concierge team as part of an upheaval of their service delivery. Now, Ella obviously can deal with a lot of inquiries at one time with stressed people, And with her empathetic responses, this helps can calm things down and deal with a large volume. This is Maya and Emma. They're from Maryville University in Missouri. They have a huge influx of new students each year. And Maya and Emma help guide those students in filling out documentation, in career planning, in financial advice, all of these kinds of things that people want help with. And they want help when they need it, like now. This is Mia. And as you can see, this being delivered entirely through mobile. And Mia works for a company called Madeira Residential, which is a real estate company. And this is customer service, which is an area we've become used to seeing chatbots in. And Maya deals with those kind of repetitive, low-level questions that can otherwise take up a lot of people's time and that people get frustrated with. Maya can deal with all this huge volume, leaving the real people at Madeira Residential to deal with the things that they actually have expertise and knowledge in, these kind of more nuanced conversations. Finally, my favorite one of these is Florence. Florence is part of the World Health Organization and helps people get rid of their smoking addiction. And the key here is that a conversation with Florence is a judgment-free conversation, which is a really important thing when we're talking about things like addictions. A lot of these things carry like a certain, maybe a sense of sensitivity, maybe shame with them. Being able to be open and honest can be really, really helpful. And Florence has been successful enough that at the start of the pandemic, when there were so many myths and theories about COVID-19, and let's face it, there still are, that Florence was deemed as a great way to debunk those myths, basically, and to clarify the situation, because there couldn't be a question that you would be too embarrassed to ask Florence because of that judgment-free conversation. So there's real power here to reach a lot of people in an interesting way. Actually, at WPP, we use the artificial intelligence behind digital humans to elevate and to upskill the tens of thousands of people. It's a big organization, about 130,000 people at WPP, and we're dedicated to upskilling those people. So here you can choose any topic to do with AI and whatever language you want to have that conversation is, and a video is generated of someone talking you through. It looks a bit like this.
Next up, strategy and creativity. Across WPP, our teams use AI to enable and inform creative work that wins hearts, minds, and awards. Wunderman Thompson's The Next Rembrandt was a masterpiece in the creative application of AI. To help ING celebrate its sponsorship of Dutch art and culture, Wunderman Thompson used artificial intelligence to create an entirely new Rembrandt painting, while remaining faithful to the artist's vision and craft.
Now, obviously, this video goes on, and there are many, many videos like this with different digital humans. And the beauty of this is that the digital humans can be swapped in and out. New languages can be added. This digital human could say that and repeat the same video and narrate it in Spanish or Cantonese or Mandarin or English or Hindi. So, there's a lot of scale and a lot of reuse that comes out of this. We can even personalize these videos. So digital humans, there's an enormous empowerment to having this 24/7 access to help and information. This is democratization of expert information. Being able to have those conversations with empathetic responses in a judgment-free environment is also very powerful. We've already seen that voice behavior is already well established and only going to grow. Intriguingly, there are actually digital people everywhere, and you've become so used to it that you're kind of almost immune to it. So the digital de-aging of people in Marvel films through to actors actually being recreated entirely from the past in certain movies. Music artists, like concerts featuring holograms of artists who passed away, like Tupac or Ronnie James Dio. And then the digital influencers who exist everywhere on social platforms. And then the conversational technology behind these is rapidly increasing in sophistication. This is happening all the time. We're really at the beginning of this movement. So let's take a quick look at that. So we're used to chatbots and voice assistants that sound the same and say the same things to everybody. It's one conversation at scale, but that's not how we are as people, is it? As humans, we change what we say and how we say it depending on who we're talking to. Now, AI can actually start to build a picture of your character and personality as it's talking to you, which enables it to start to adopt a tone of voice for you as an individual, using the camera basically being able to analyze your emotional state and respond accordingly. Now, it can sound uncomfortable, but actually this is only enabling a digital human to behave in exactly the same way that you all and I do all day, every day. How about how they sound and the voices? We're used again to hearing that artificial voice that we've become accustomed to, that Siri kind of voice, but that's changing too. This is a famous coach from the NFL, Vince Lombardi. He did a passionate speech at the Super Bowl last year, a kind of an inspirational rallying cry, stick together in these dark times kind of thing. It was powerful. It was absolutely his voice. There was no actor involved. But Vince Lombardi died in 1970. So how is this done? Again, this is artificial intelligence. And an artificial intelligence doing voice cloning, which is where an AI is trained to be able to say new things in an old voice. Just to show how accurate this can be, this is done using Microsoft's custom neural voice. This is a human voice.
Four Walls is so good, laughing out loud.
And this is the synthesized voice.
Is version 3 the JPEG version? That would be fantastic.
As you can see, there's not a lot to choose between those two. And again, it's not just English. Here is one example voice.
从设想制造一种新型号飞机到第一架样机出厂，这中间至少需要10年甚至更长的时间。
And here is its twin.
对于所有的海豚来说，典型的特征是一个尖喙、一个新月状的背鳍和一个富有弹性的苗条身体。
Now, I actually can't remember which order those two are in. That's pretty powerful stuff. So, the conversation technology behind digital humans enabling us to distinguish between people, to therefore personalize tone of voice and approach, to actually have an empathetic response in a genuine human voice. So rather than being one conversation going on everywhere, this is true to one-to-one conversation at scale, and that's very powerful. So that's digital humans. What about the metaverse? Because that's kind of exploded, hasn't it? Well, let's start with a few stats here. So in 2020, 27 million people attended 5 concerts by Travis Scott in Fortnite. These were viewed 45 million times. In May of this year, and for 1 hour only, Gucci sold a digital version of one of its Dionysus bags in Roblox, a virtual world, for 475 Robux each. Now, Robux is the currency within this Roblox virtual world. It's about $6. Now, the resale value of these digital bags reached a point where one of them was resold for over $4,000, which is $800 more than the asking price for the real physical bag. Until October last year, the most money being made by digital artist Beeple off the sale of one of his works was about $100. And then he got into the NFT game. And this year, an NFT of one of his works was auctioned at Christie's in New York and fetched about $69 million. And then this year, again, commerce company Boson Protocol spent a fairly significant 6-figure sum of money purchasing real estate in Decentraland with a plan to build experiences there that bridge the physical and digital commerce divide. Now, these are all metaverse stories, but they're all wildly different. They're all really big with really big numbers attached to them, and they're not outliers. There are lots of other stories I could have used in the place of these. So what actually is the metaverse? Well, simply put, the metaverse is any virtual space where people go to play games, to interact with each other, meet people, buy things, dance moves, outfits, go to gigs, and just hang out. Now, again, like digital humans, this all sounds very, very high-tech and expensive and rather science fiction. But again, the answer is no, it's not. For example, this is Hikeland, which is built off the back of the Hike messaging app. in India. And it's a space where people can watch videos and hang out. It's a pure mobile virtual world. And it's described as a magical place to hang out online. There are a lot of big virtual worlds out there with millions and millions of players. Fortnite, Roblox, League of Legends, Decentraland, Minecraft, Animal Crossing. But as you can see, there's no technology barrier here. A mobile first or even a mobile only community can still be just as much a part of the metaverse as a person with an Xbox or a PlayStation. And actually, this report from the Mobile Marketing Association in collaboration with Group M showed that of all those many people that we've heard about today, using their mobile as the way to access the internet, 84% of those are using it for entertainment. So there's no shortage of an audience for the metaverse in this region. So what about NFTs? Because we've heard about those, but they're not virtual worlds, and that's indeed true, but they are crucial to any future metaverse economy. Now, an NFT, or a non-fungible token, is essentially a code which is attached to a singular instance of a digital image or item and tracked on the blockchain. Now, we're used to a digital asset being just one of a potentially infinite number of identical copies. So each one individually doesn't really mean much. As you attach an NFT to one of them, the first one, that becomes a unique one-of-a-kind item. That gives it value. That gives meaning to ownership, which gives rise to trade. This scarcity that's created by NFTs is a powerful thing. So the NFT boom that we're experiencing is inextricably a metaverse phenomenon. Now, Indian blockchain firm Polygon have actually created a solution which is the first dedicated NFT platform specifically for cricket. And today is actually quite an auspicious day, because I'm pretty sure that today is the day of the auction for Dinesh Karthik's 6 for the Win NFT. Now, cricket fans out there, and I'm going to assume that there's a fair number, and I am myself, would remember India needing 6 runs to win off the final ball against Bangladesh in a famous cricket match. And Dinesh Karthik smashes it out of the ground. So what's been created here is a little animated film of this event with Dinesh Karthik himself narrating it, giving his kind of thoughts and feeling as it happens. An NFT has been attached to this, and it's being auctioned today. So keep your eyes peeled, basically, for the success of this auction and to see what happens. But this is just one of many, many things happening in the region with NFTs. Now, interesting things happen when the metaverse and the real world coincide and cross over. And we can imagine that happening through augmented reality in the spatial web. And an interesting example of that happened in London fairly recently through Snapchat. So again, a completely mobile first experience with City Painter. And this enables you to go to a real physical space and apply virtual graffiti through augmented reality. But the key is that graffiti is retained in the virtual world. So you go away, somebody else comes in, they look at this wall through their app, and they see the graffiti that you left behind. So there is a digital copy of the world invisibly inhabiting the same space as the real one, which is really interesting. But what it means is that we can't afford to think of this metaverse, as these virtual worlds, as being separate, as other, and kind of closed off. The metaverse is becoming an increasingly large part of the everyday world we live in, and it will play an increasingly large role in our everyday lives, just as it already is for so many millions of people. Now, earlier this year, Mark Zuckerberg stated that the future of Facebook is as a metaverse company, and there's word that they might even change their name basically to accommodate this. Well, what does that mean? Well, it really means that alongside everything else we've talked about today, you can see that the metaverse is not like a passing fad. It's a fundamental cultural and economic shift that we need to be involved in and understand. Right now, the whole movement is nascent, which presents a huge opportunity to get involved and help to shape a metaverse that we can all believe in, a metaverse which is consistent with the values that we hold, to build an environment that is a positive one for ourselves and for our children. But things are moving very, very fast, and that window of opportunity to be truly influential will not remain open indefinitely. So really, to close this, my rallying cry for everybody is to get involved, because the more people with a passion and with a good aspiration who can partner with people who have the same aspiration and the knowledge and experience, this is the thing that will allow us to actually make real positive change in the world using these technologies. So thank you very much. And I will stop sharing my screen. And I'll take any questions if anybody has them. I actually can't hear anything now, so I'm assuming there aren't any questions.
Hi.
There we
Mr.
go. I thought I'd got away with it there for a minute.
No, you didn't. In fact, the audience has three questions that I'm just going to restrict myself and ask you three. So here goes, Mr. Hood. The first question: how would you suggest that we all get started in learning about NFT and the metaverse?
It's an interesting one, this one, because I think like way back when we were talking about websites, you know, in the 2000s, we all used websites. That was quite easy. And then we started to talk about iPhone apps when they emerged, and we all used our mobile phones. So that was quite straightforward. We are now finding a lot of people talking about the metaverse and NFTs, where it's quite possible that not that many people over, say, 35 have actually been there. So the thing to do is actually to dive in. And you could start with the metaverse, for example. You don't have to create big profiles and do complicated things in Roblox and Fortnite. You could just start by having meetings, business meetings, internal meetings in things like Altspace or Mozilla Hubs or Horizons, which are really, really easy. And what you get out of that is just understanding the feeling of being in there, of what it's like to meet people and talk to them and to behave in virtual worlds. And then, you know, we create a common ground to have a conversation which we can move forward. And getting a wallet for an NFT transactions, again, just buy some cheap ones. It's not about spending lots of money. Just use the mechanisms of the metaverse and have a presence in it so that you can understand it. It's really, really easy.
Okay. Well, that takes me to the next question, which is, what steps should a brand take if they are planning to get into the metaverse? Like, what are the initial go-to strategies that a brand should employ for the same?
Yeah, and you know, there'll be a lot of brands thinking about this because the stories are coming thick and fast. So, but the key is to understand the relevance and kind of role of the brand and the consumers. It's just like if the metaverse was a real physical new country, a brand wouldn't just, you know, fly in, set up shop and start selling things. They'd do some thinking and research to go, okay, well, you know, where does our brand fit in this new country, and how do we speak to the people there, and what are their customs and behaviors, and how do we align with those? It's the same. So you need to kind of have an idea about where your brand will fit in the metaverse and the kind of message it could have, or the kind of experiences you could provide, how they relate back to that brand in the real world is important, because as we say, these things shouldn't be considered as two completely separate things. If you've got a big audience in one, you want that to translate. So it's just having some ideas and some thoughts that you can test in quite small ways to prove some of these ideas out before starting to do some bigger things.
Right. I'm going to end this with a slightly open-ended question. You know, because of the pandemic, we've seen this sudden shift worldwide to a more virtual and hybrid model for businesses. And that also brings about this, as things normalize, it brings about this thought that things will get back to normalcy, what we knew pre-COVID. So my question to you would be, all of this, right? We're talking about metaverse here. We're talking about the importance of the virtual world. Why would you say that this is all not just a fad, not just a passing tandem trend? And you know, what is going to ensure that this model stays? going
Yeah,
forward?
and to me, it's because the so technology change, although obviously it requires experts and gifted people and whatever, it's easier than behavioral change. Behavioral change is really, really hard. It's the hardest thing you can do is to try and shift people's behavior. So technologies that do really well have a tendency to actually allow you to use your normal human behavior to to interact. It's why voice is actually so easy and has which seemed odd when it first happened. It was an awkward thing. You would like say something to your phone and then it would kind of respond and you'd laugh and tell jokes and things, but very quickly it becomes normal because actually it's just you interacting with your devices and services in the same way that we interact with each other. And in the metaverse, what you see is that people have an environment and an identity in the metaverse, and they care for it and curate it as exactly as they do in the real world. So there isn't a big behavioral shift. You're using your lifetime of learned experience to behave in the metaverse as you do in the real world. But the fact that it is, it's not the real world, allows you to carry out things and do things which in the real world you can't. Going to a concert in a metaverse concert like Roblox or Fortnite, these are concerts which are not bound by the laws of physics, and those are amazing experiences. So it's that combination of the enhanced experiences you can have, but just being able to have those things with the kind of life experience that you bring to it. It's not that you have to learn some complex set of controls and culture. You really can just dive in and get going straight away.
Just to understand a little bit more, I'm actually not supposed to, but this is an interesting topic and you have a lot to say, so I'm going to ask. When you say metaverse, right? I mean, essentially what we're saying is that you talked about behavioral patterns, right, of consumers. Behavioral patterns often, not often, actually always are dependent upon the environment they're in, right? So during the pandemic, the environment was such where the behavioral pattern turned to a metaverse. So in your humble opinion, I mean, do you see, even if the environment changes, quote unquote, becomes normal, do you see metaverse holding in terms of behavioral patterns of consumers?
Yeah, because these metaverse worlds that have become enormous things, they come from the world of gaming. They're game worlds, and gaming isn't going to go away. Basically, this aspect of play isn't going to disappear. There are more and more gamers, like all over the world. There's a huge number of gamers in India, for example. It's become a professional sport now, and you see esports, which is people watching people play games, which to me when I was young would seem crazy, but it's a huge industry. So the metaverse basically has kind of been created off the back of the gaming explosion, which means that rather than anyone who might remember Second Life from way back in the day, which was metaverse to a degree, but it was really it was a bit bare bones, like it hadn't been fleshed out. It was new. But by the time people now are getting into the metaverse, these gaming worlds are very well established and very sophisticated and kind of complete exploratory environments. So, and I think that passion for gaming and connecting in these places will just keep powering it forwards.
Lovely. Well, that was a really interesting session. I know that you're overseas and you've logged in at a different time. Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure.
It was an honor having you here, and we hope to see you soon in India at an on-ground event.
Absolutely, it would be lovely to do this in person some point, wouldn't it?
100%, and we look forward to that. Up until then, take care, stay safe.
Thank you. Cheers, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was a wrap today at Exchange for Media's 4th edition for Screenage 2021 under the leadership of Ms. Priyanka Baduria, whose team has worked relentlessly to put this together. We also had a lot of support from our partners, ABP and InMobi. Thank you again to them. Thank you to the audience for being so patient, sending in your questions. We're sorry if we couldn't ask all. And like Mr. Andy Hood from WPP ended talking about the gaming space, stay tuned because we at Exchange for Media plan to bring all these to you real soon. Up until then, stay safe, take care. Thank you.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. To be a part of our legacy, write into us at partner@businessworld.in.